Check, check. Check, check.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to welcome you to our final day of exhibitions here at the 2024 Keystone International Livestock Exposition. We will start our shows today showing Hereford's, Simmental, SimGenetics here in Ring 2, and in Ring 1 we will be showing Angus and I'm sorry, a number of other breeds. I don't have that book with me right now. So we're going to begin our show with Herefords in Ring 2. So could we please have our cow-calf pair class in the ring? That will be class number 2150.
Good morning. We're ready to begin on our Angus side. We're looking for class 2000 cow-calf pairs 3 and younger.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be back at the Keystone and judge your Hereford cattle here this morning, and a good way to start here with the cow-calf pairs. And I'm going to start with the cow here just directly in front of me. I think just a beautiful, strong pair, and that's where she excels in just strength and female characteristics. I think that one's bold in the way that she's made, gorgeous in her udder development, doing a great job there with just that June heifer calf. Very, very nice pair here to lead off your show. Young lady that's going to go second, you like that one in terms of her refinement and good in terms of her structure and practicality. Unfortunately, she's just not as neat and built as attractive as that cow that's going to precede her, but a very nice pair, and she too is doing a nice job with that young heifer calf. Congratulations to those exhibitors. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate them.
Results of Class 2150 cow-calf pairs in our Junior Hereford Show. First place will go to entry number 2013. That's exhibited by Landon Hall. And second place is 1744, exhibited by Grace Smith. We are now ready for Class 2153. That would be spring heifer calves, May and June.
Well, good morning. It's an honor and privilege to be here with you. I'm really excited to get to sort some stock with you today here at the Keystone. I think we have a nice, really nice broody pair of Angus females here at the top of this class. I just think that just in terms of overall substance, in terms of blending that with quality and type and kind, I just kind of gravitate to them. Certainly, I wish that cow was maybe just handling that hind leg just a scotch better today, but I think there's too much quality found in that pair to not go ahead and use them to win. Really nice pair up front. I think the pair there in second, again, really good type and kind. I think that, they're really extended. I think they're a good type, nice and level, extended everywhere. Good running gear, just maybe missing that extra shot of substance, maybe the extra shot of body in comparison to our class winner. Love her udder development. Love that calf coming behind her. She's doing a nice job. And that pair there in third, I think, again, I don't think that's bad cattle by any stretch. I think they ran into a really tough class today. I think maybe that pair is missing some extra added conditioning that top duo certainly possess. I think we lay a little more on them. Maybe things start to change a little bit. Let's congratulate that class.
So we start off the heifer show over here, bring back this June heifer that was on the side of her mother on the pair, and I think that this is a very high quality heifer. I think just when you study that one for the fundamentals, I think that you really like her. I think she's sensible about her size. I think she looks like that's a sound structured, easy doing one that's going to make a tremendous cow. Got a bright future ahead of that one. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations in first place in Class 2153, Spring Heifer Calves born May and June, will go to 2014, exhibited by Landon Hall. We are now ready for Class 2154, also Spring Heifers April and age, where we have 2 exhibitors.
Good morning, everyone. In our Angus ring in the first class of our 3-year-old and younger cow-calf pairs, first place went to Kylie Simpson with Cool Pines K&J Lady. Second place was Hunter Hopstetter, and third place was Addison Heater. Currently in the ring is our 4-year-old and older cow-calf pairs.
Here, back again here in Class 2 of our cow-calf pair on the Angus side. I think that this pair is extremely high quality. I think that cow is just tremendous in terms of her body and her shape and her maternal characteristics, as well as her build and her feet and her legs. I just think there's a ton of good in that one. You can certainly see what she passes on there in her bull calf at her side, just a lights out kind of a bull calf, really sound, really good built. Love his muscle, love his dimension, love a lot of things about him. Really, really nice pair here in our second class.
Well, I think a very nice pair of heifers here in this April division and our April class, and admittedly, there's some differences inside of these cattle, and quite honestly, I know that the calf here that I'm going to lead off with is probably not as far along in terms of her condition or even maturity, but she is the one that I'm most comfortable with from a structure standpoint long term. I think that she handles that hind leg and that hock with more comfort and ease. Just a very nice built. I love just the roundness and body shape in that one. Very, very nice heifer here to lead off this particular class. Yeah, I'll admit, there is more to the heifer here that comes in second, and I love the way that this one's built and constructed there in her top line, and you know, just the way that she comes from the top of her shoulder all the way out of her hip. It's, you know, as this one gets a little more broke, you know, I hope she gets a bit more comfortable out here, but for me, that one's just already getting just a shot too far outside of herself and just too rigid in the way that she handles that hock. Nice pair of heifers. Congratulations to those two young people.
Back over here on the Angus side, I think here in our paired drive, I think we have an extremely high quality lineup. You know, you start, you look, you analyze. I think you can certainly, one of the things I really like about the pair show is part of the answers right in front of you, just in terms of what that female is going to do and track and which direction she's going to head for you. I think, you know, the cattle out here are really good about their build, really sound. I love their type, and they're kind, adequate, and just in terms of their length and squareness of hip, plenty of body, plenty of maternal shape, and I certainly like all those things about them. I certainly think there's just a pair out here that maybe possesses a bit more just in terms of not only fundamentals, but in terms of some of those extra characteristics that we certainly look for out here, but that's going to be that pair out of Class 2. They're going to be your champion, and that pair out of Class 1, they'll be reserved. Congratulations to them.
In your Angus ring in the cow-calf pairs 4 years and older, your first place winner was David Bell. And in the Angus ring for your grand champion cow-calf pair went to entry 1387, owned by David Bell, Cherry Knoll Elsa. And your second place, reserve champion cow-calf pair is Kylie Simpson with Cool Pines, K&J Lady. Congratulations. We will go ahead and take pictures of those cow-calf pairs. Thanks.
In our Hereford ring, results of Class 2154, spring heifer calves April in age. First place went to Emily Troyer, and second place went to entry number 947, exhibited by Rhett Day. Now in the ring are spring heifer calves March in age.
In the Angus ring, we're ready to begin our female class, and we're going to start with our junior heifer calves. They'll be March 2024 heifer calves, and we have 6 entries in this class. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to our judge in our Angus ring at this time. We have with us Dylan Frazier, and he's from Elizabeth, West Virginia, where he and his father, Daryl, run a 100-cow commercial cow-calf operation. The focus is on cattle that will go on to perform in a feedlot scenario. Dylan also owns and operates Frazier Cattle, where he markets competitive show steers through private treaty, online sales, and the West Virginia Livestock Roundup. Frazier Cattle has been fortunate to have success on a multitude of levels in recent years, including multiple county, jackpot, and state fair champions. Dylan also enjoys spending time in church and is a graduate from West Virginia University. Let's welcome Mr. Dylan Frazier.
I think very good class over here in this March division of Hereford heifers, and honestly, there's some sort and some challenge and some differences, and I got to concede a little bit in structure here on the top pair of females, because I'd like to tweak the way that both of these females get out here and move, but I still think that they are the two that give us the most in terms of quality, the most in terms of growth and performance, yet still being sensible about that at this stage of the game. The heifer that I'm going to lead off with, admittedly, we already said that we needed to concede a little bit on structure, and I need to relax that one a bit there in her spine. But other than that, I'm just more comfortable with the way that one's constructed there in her shoulder and the slope to that shoulder and her knee. I think that one does give you a shot more flexibility and reach there off of her hind two. But with that, I also think, just one that's got a tremendous future in terms of how that one continues to grow and develop and balance up, because she's very unique in the way that she comes there at her head and her neck. Very neat, huge in terms of just her center body and the way that opens up, yet still being very juvenile in her appearance. I think that that's a really nice heifer. And as you know, as she continues, if that spine does relax, that one's got the pieces and the running gear down low to make a really nice bred for that young lady. Yeah, the next heifer here, hit me pretty hard, in terms of just that one's body and presentation and freshness. I like that about her. Unfortunately, I just need to change the way that she goes on either side of her skeleton, just relax her on the front side, and then just give her more reach and flex there to that hock. But I like the body. I love the added length and just the smoothness and how everything balances up in that female. Very, very nice heifer here to go in second. The heifer that comes next, probably as futuristic as anything that we've seen yet so far today, because I am very comfortable with where that one is in terms of her structure and her looseness of build. I think she's the most flexible of the initial trio in this particular pair. Unfortunately, I just need a shot more of that one at this stage of the game and just gauge that one up and give her a shot more overall skeletal width. But I think as, we project these cattle, another couple months down the road, I think she makes this top trio very interesting, because I think she's as good a built and as good in terms of her flexibility, if anything, in that initial trio. Young man that's going to come next, I like this heifer a good bit in terms of just the basics and fundamentals. Sure, she's not as neat and attractive as those three that go ahead and precede her, but very good in terms of her build. I think that one's bold in the way that she comes in her rib cage. I think she's got some stoutness in terms of her hip and her feature there at the ground. Really sound heifer. Unfortunately, just not as neat and attractive, maybe not as showy, but fundamentally very, very good Hereford female. Long-bodied heifer here that's going to come next, and I certainly like that about her. That one's just a little harsher in the way that she's made, not as sound, not as flexible as that heifer that goes out directly in front of her. Young lady that's going to come next, like the body and just the general shape of this one, like the pigment there you talk about, those goggle eyes and stuff, very nice in that regard, very good in terms of just her body and her build. Just need to piece it all together a little bit better. Young lady that's going to round out the class, like that one in terms of her sensibility of size. I think that one's going to make a nice, moderate, easy-doing cow. Unfortunately, just not as neat and attractive. Need to balance that one up just a shot. Very nice class of Hereford females. Congratulations to those young exhibitors.
Back over here in our Angus ring, we really start to jump into our heifer classes here, I find myself gravitating to this one up here at the top of the class. You know, certainly, you know, that one maybe gives up just a shot of size and maturity in comparison to her counterparts, but I just think there's too much good and quality not to go ahead and use that one to win. I mean, that thing's exceptional in her running gear. I love the amount of body and her levelness of hip, her length of hip, and just her overall composition. You know, that thing is extremely futuristic. I love the way that one ties out top side of her shoulder, how just neat and tidy she is there in the throat latch and ties all the way down into her chest floor. I think that one's got a really, really bright future about her. I think the young lady there in second's got a really nice one as too. Maybe one that's a little more bold and robust throughout the entirety of her skeleton in comparison to our class winner. Maybe one that sits down a larger foot with just a shot more bone. But I think, you know, maybe just not quite as neat there and tidy in terms of her pin set, in terms of her front end as our class winner, but I still think that one's a really, really high quality animal as well. Young lady there in third, I think that one's good in terms of her skeleton. I love her body cavity and dimension. Just one for me, maybe didn't tie quite as high, didn't have, you know, that front one third. Maybe just wasn't quite as level out of her hip and just wanted to stay a little more down-headed and a little rounder in comparison to those two ahead of her, but still a really, really nice type of female. I think the young ladies that comes next, I'd call that one just more of a meat and potatoes type of female, just really basic about her type and her build. I don't think there's a thing in the world wrong with it. She just maybe doesn't have some of those extras in terms of front end, in terms of hip structure as the few ahead of her. I think the young man that comes next, for me, we just got to make that one softer in her knee. I think there's some really intriguing parts and pieces in that one in terms of, you know, her hip and spine and front end. We just got to make that one better off her front end, fix the slope to her knee. And the young lady that's going to round out our class, that's one for me. We got to set that tail head down in her. We got to square her pin set up, and we got to make her a little freer moving off her hind wheels. But I still think, you know, there's some body and some substance found in that female, and still a nice project for that young lady. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
In our Hereford ring, results of Class 2155, the Spring Heifer Calf Class March in Age. First place went to entry number 4707, exhibited by Emily Fritz. Second was entry 2058, that is Lena May. Third place was 2485, shown by Ashley DeMall. Fourth place was entry number 3811, shown by Craig Stahowski. Fifth place was entry 2116, shown by Colton Sugg. Sixth place was entry 5215, Addison Fritz. And seventh place was 4942. Currently in the ring is the selection of Spring Heifer Calf and Reserve.
Well, if you would, ringside, put your hands together and congratulate these young people on a very nice first division of Herefords. Yeah, I think this division's good, and I think there's a lot of differences out here, and maybe, you know, just some give and take, and then just kind of, you know, how critical are we going to get of certain things. But I like this little June heifer that comes out of this first class, and I think when you just talk about one that's very good in terms of the basics, I think she covers a lot of those bases very well. You know, one that's young, of course, but I think she's got a tremendous future. She's good in terms of her size. She's very easy in terms of, you know, her fleshing. You know, granted, you know, we saw her on the side of her mother, and she's still, you know, got the help of her mom, but I still think a very, very high quality heifer, good representative out of that first class. The next heifer here that comes, probably I like as much as anything out here in terms of structure, you know, and the way that one can get out and go. You know, maybe though in comparison to some of the other cattle, you know, she doesn't just make it as neat and attractive, and I think management becomes a key role in, you know, in this heifer's future. You know, she just got a little bit more right there at the base of her neck and already there in her chest, but that's a good-bodied, good structured one that I think, you know, if she does the right things, I think makes a very nice bred for that young lady. We just got done talking about this pair of heifers here that came out of this last class, and I think these two heifers bring as much in terms of uniqueness and just intrigue as anything in this particular division. We talked about that we had to concede just a little bit in terms of structure. Those heifers are just a little bit different, but they are still two really high-quality ones that are neat, they're attractive, they're good in terms of their body, they're good in terms of their maturity and where they're at this stage of the game. Yeah, like I said, there's some things that we wanted to tweak on them, but I think in terms of quality, that's still the best two in this division. We'll go ahead and keep those two together. Congratulations to you.
Back over here in our Angus side, I think that we find one up front that maybe is just overwhelming in terms of mass and substance there at her center body, and especially as you analyze her back through her hip and into her quarter. I think that one just got a tremendous amount to her, and maybe I'd tweak on that one in some places. I'd like to reassemble her in her shoulder. I'd like to make her come out of the backside of her shoulder a little fuller. Maybe she wants to get a little down fronted on us. Is she perfect? No, but I just think in terms of mass and substance, you kind of have to go ahead and gravitate towards that one. Young ladies that comes next, really, really practical about her type and kind, maybe, shallower in her body, in comparison to that one that wins, but still really good in her feet and legs. Maybe one that just needs to settle her top line into her a little bit, but still the right kind. And the young lady that's going to round out our class, take nothing away from her. That one for me, we just got to get that one a little more comfortable in her spine as she gets out and goes. She just wants to get that up on us, and it causes her to get a little off in her rear too. But again, plenty of body, plenty of substance, really nice class. Let's give them a round of applause.
We're going to catch up on our Angus ring. In our March 2024 calves, our first place was Macy Fessler with FSC Mona Lisa. Second place went to Allison Scholes. Third place went to Allison Scholes. Fourth place, Kylie Simpson. Fifth place, Bryce Heath. And sixth place, Addison Heater. In our June heifer calves that are February 24 born, first place went to Troy Heath with Heath's Georgina. Second place to David Bell, and third place to Michaela Sugg. Now in the ring is our January 2024 junior heifer calves.
In our Hereford ring, congratulations, and spring heifer calf champion goes to entry number 4707. That is FFSSS Fancy, a March 5th 24 daughter of High Roller, exhibited by Emily Fritz. And reserve goes to second in that class, entry number 2058, exhibited by Lena May.
Single entry back here on the Angus side, but not lacking in quality. I think that's a female that's a really high tie, and I love that one's front end. I think she's plenty adequate in terms of her running gear and her structure. I think she's got a tremendous amount of body, a really smooth, muscled, flatter made type of female, but plenty of quality nonetheless.
Congratulations, our junior heifer calf class January 2024 winner was entry 3017, owned by Amberlynn Christianberry. We are now ready to select our junior heifer calf champion in the Angus ring.
We'd like to take a moment to recognize our judge in our Hereford Simmental SimGenetics ring today. He is Mr. Garrett Lampy from Petersburg, Illinois. Garrett was raised in western Kansas on a registered Angus cattle operation, and through his life he has shown cattle extensively throughout the United States. He was a member of the nationally recognized livestock judging team at Butler Community College before attending Kansas State University. After college, he became the manager of Top Line Farms in Illinois, a registered Angus and Red Angus farm that raised, showed, and sold many champions, as well as sold seed stock to progressive, registered, and commercial producers. After spending 13 years at Top Line, Garrett and his young family went out to their own to establish Lampy Cattle, where they run a small cow herd and breed, raise, and sell approximately 30 show heifers annually. Garrett is also a show feed specialist and cattle sales team lead for Early Bird Nutrition. He has served as mentor to many juniors and their families, some who were just starting out to show cattle. In 2014, he was named the American Angus Association Herdsman of the Year. He has judged cattle in junior and open shows, locally and nationally in over 25 states. Judging highlights include the North American International Livestock Exposition in Louisville, Kentucky, Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City, the American Royal in Kansas City, and the National Junior Shorthorn Show, and the National Junior Key Show. Garrett and his wife, Dr. Gretchen Lampe, live in Petersburg, Illinois. They have 3 boys, Weston, who is 7, Grayson, who is 5, and Braylon, 3. Please welcome Garrett Lampe.
Over here in our junior heifer calf division drive, I think certainly I'm really pleased with the representation out here. Hopefully you're able to follow what I'm trying to gravitate to. Kind of my priorities are structure first and foremost. Having a nice maternal look, having some body, having some substance with a nice maternal muscle shape, and then last but not least ties it all together in a high quality look. I think that's ultra important. I really like those priorities, and I certainly try to stick with them. Again, I think we have a really impressive lineup out here of junior heifer calves. I'm not going to go through and talk them each one individually. Again, just know for me, I kind of tend to gravitate towards quality over quantity. And that being said, young lady out top out of Class 1, she'll be your champion.
Congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion in the Angus ring goes to entry 2554. FSC Mona Lisa, owned by Macy Fessler. And your reserve champion goes to entry 3017, Genflow Blackbird, owned by Amberlynn Christianberry. Congratulations. Now in the Angus ring, we're looking for our late senior heifer calves born in November of 2023.
Well, I think certainly a very good class over here as we get into this next division of Herefords, and a lot of differences in this set of cattle, and a lot of depth and quality all the way throughout here. But you know, at this stage of the game, you know, as a guy that, you know, trying to raise some of these Herefords and gathering up Herefords and selling them, and then also thinking a little bit about the boys maybe starting to show some, you know, you just step back and as a breeder and as a show dad, you know, stick to it and figure out which cattle you're most comfortable with and which ones you think have the best future in terms of, you know, going out there and doing things. And that's how I land on this heifer here that wins this class. I think just as futuristic as anything in this particular class. I like a lot of things about this one. Sure, she's not as overwhelming or, you know, as dense as some of the other cattle out here, but without a doubt, she's the best in terms of her structure. She's the safest in the way that she reads and all of her angles and how everything works together there. Very, you know, just, you know, lean at this stage of the game. Love the color of that one, short marked, dark red, very, very high quality female. Congratulations to you, young lady. Yes, the heifer that comes next, that is the one that is just overwhelming and just, you know, wowie when she first hits the ring, because I love just the body and the mass in this heifer. I love the way that one, you know, is constructed there in her hip and the way she goes into her hind leg and big feet and big legs, you know, and a very unique and intriguing look. Unfortunately, we just need to change that one up front. She just wants to toe out there pretty severely, and, you know, if we could just relax that and bring all that into her, I think she makes this top pair even more difficult because there's a lot of things that I like in that particular female. Another dense one here that comes next, and one that suits me very well in terms of just skeletal width and just how powerful that one is. But you can tell in comparison to those heifers, you know, that go out in front of her, she just gives up a little bit in terms of balance and eye appeal. She's a little rounder and bolder there at the point of her shoulder, a little crestier there on the top side of her neck already. You know, wants to run downhill ever so slightly, but certainly good in terms of power and dimension and stoutness of feature. I like this heifer here that comes next, and probably as green as anything here on the top end of this class, but I think the future in this one's very good because I think she's just very genuine in the way that she's built in terms of her rib cage. I think that, you know, that one's open up and she's round all the way, you know, in terms of, you know, having some three-dimensional spread to that rib cage. Like I said, she's green. She needs to come on just a little bit in terms of condition and maturity, but she's built good. She's good in terms of her structure. Just need just a shot more to her at this stage of the game. This next heifer here that comes next, probably as many intriguing pieces as anything in this class. Unfortunately, we just need to tie all those pieces together a little bit better. Extremely long-bodied, extremely big-featured and big-footed. You know, I just wish that we could tidy her up and just balance her up just a shot. She's a little tighter there in the way that she's made there in her forerib and her heart, already getting a little bit deeper in the way that she carries her chest, but one that, like I said, very neat in terms of some pieces. Good, moderate, functional one here that comes next that's certainly good in terms of her body, good in terms of her structure. Not as neat, not as powerful, not as, you know, heavy in terms of performance at this stage of the game, but one that I think has a tremendous future and will make a nice cow for this young lady. Next heifer that comes in, much like the heifer that goes out in front of her, good in terms of her body. She's good in terms of, you know, the way that she's put together. She's not as attractive, you know, as some of the other cattle out here, but I think one that's sensible in terms of her size. She'll continue to grow and develop and make a really nice heifer. Young lady that's going to round out the class, this one's very good in terms of her length of body and her length of hip. I just wish that we could just soften that one up everywhere. Just give her a shot more body and dimension, stouten her up a little bit in terms of her bone work, but a nice heifer. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Very nice class of Hereford heifers.
Back over here on your Angus side, I think we couldn't have two that were any more different for me, and just in terms of their type and kind. And if you wanted to flip-flop them or argue with me, you know, I'd certainly listen to it. I tend to gravitate to the young lady up top. For me, that one's a little more problem-free, and just in terms of, you know, maybe she's a shot more basic in her build, but I think that one's top line sits in her a little better. I think she gets out and goes just a shot better. I like that one's center body. I like her levelness of hip. You know, certainly we could make that one a little longer just in terms of her length of hip and perhaps even her spine. But I just think in terms of the way that one's assembled, from her heart to the way she settles into her top line. Maybe she just puts it all together just a shot better out here. And that's not taking anything from the young lady here in second. I think that particular female's got some wild pieces, and she has given that young lady everything she wants and more to get her shown. At times, that one just looks like she maybe wants to come apart in her top line, duck her pin. Maybe she's lacking there right behind her shoulder and her heart. But you talk about some wooey out there pieces. I mean, she is long-necked and extended. She's really big-footed and boned. I just would like to, pick her up in her pin set, tweak her in those few places, and to correct her. But boy, really high-quality type of female there. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
In the Angus ring in our late senior heifer calf class, first place went to entry 915 Oakley Sandy 393, owned by Remy Gardner, and second place is entry 1656, owned by Piper Cates. Now in the ring is our early senior heifer calf class, and these are females born in October of 2023.
And in our Hereford ring, results of Class 2158, Junior Heifers February born, first place, went to entry number 4661, exhibited by Piper Cease. Second was 3486, shown by Ella DeFord. Third is entry number 944, exhibited by Rhett Day. Fourth was 3558, shown by Harley Ando. Fifth place was 5408, Riley Lancaster. Sixth was entry 4520, shown by Kenzie Hawkins. Seventh was 1089, that is Remy Reich. And eighth was entry 2502, exhibited by Julie Troyer. Now in the ring we have Class 2159, also junior heifers January in age. We would also like to take a moment to recognize and thank Miss Marie Prodell. She is our 2024 National Hereford Angus Queen, and she is from Algoma, Wisconsin. So could we please have a round of applause for beautiful Miss Marie Prodell. I'm sorry, I said the Hereford Angus Queen. I'm sorry. This is our Hereford Queen, and I was looking in the Angus ring. So my apologies to Miss Marie.
Out here in our Angus ring, in this particular class, I tend to gravitate to this young man's up top. maybe one that's a little bolder and broodier than than some of the ones we've been seeing. Is she the wildest long neck or the squarest hipped or any of those things? No, but I just think in terms of the way she assembles herself, in terms of getting out on the go, in terms of being robust in her center body and still having some shape, but still putting it all in a very maternal package, I tend to gravitate to that one. Young man's that comes next here in second, again, same type, same kind, maybe one that's just not quite as up-headed, doesn't tie quite as high on the top side of her shoulder, maybe carries just an extra shot of throat in comparison to our class winner, but from their shoulders back, I think models are very, very similarly. Young lady there in third, I think that one for me just needs some more center body. I think maybe she's lacking a little condition in comparison to that duo up ahead of her today. We just need to give her some extra center dimension, maybe continue to put on some extra condition on that one. I think she's got a really cool look from the side. I love her front one third, but we just got to tweak on those things ever so slightly. And the young lady that's going to round out our class, take nothing away from her. I think that one, again, has a really cool silhouette and look from the side. We just need to make that one a little, need to change her from the point of her shoulder to the slope to her knee. We need to make her a little freer moving off her rear too for me to get her any higher. But still, I think that one's got a really neat type about her. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
And the results in your early senior heifer calf class in the Angus show. First place went to entry 2460 Beaver Creek Scara 3109, owned by Gage Wingert. Second place in that class is entry 3970, owned by Colton Grimm. Third place is owned by Michaela Doherty, and fourth place by Natalie Davis. At this point, we are going to select our champion senior heifer calf for this division. At this time on our Angus side, we'd like to introduce our royalty that's assisting us in handing out our awards, and that is Miss Gabrielle Jacobs. Gabby is the 2024 Pennsylvania Teen Miss Agriculture USA, and she's from Mifflintown, Pennsylvania. Gabby enjoys showing Angus cattle as well as crossbred steers. She also shows sheep and market heifers. She's a sophomore at the Commonwealth Charter Academy. Let's welcome Gabby Jacobs.
So we get the cattle back out here for our second division drive here in our over on our Angus show. I think that again, hopefully you've been able to certainly see what I've been trying to do just in terms of type and quality and kind. Again, feet and legs first and foremost, and some body and substance, and ties it all together with a nice feminine look. I think that each and every one of these, are really good just in terms of overall quality, maybe some subtle differences in terms of type and kind, but that doesn't bother me at all. As I get them back out here and I analyze them, I think it would truly be a travesty to not leave those two up top together. So Grand Reserve will come out of that first class.
In the Angus ring, your champion senior heifer calf goes to entry 915, owned by Remy Gardner, and that's Oakley Sandy 393. And reserve went to entry 1656 SSF Black Cap N123, owned by Piper Cates. Congratulations.
Once again, just a very nice class of high-quality Hereford females over here, and I'll admit this top pair is close for me, but I love the silhouette and I love the balance that this heifer here represents in terms of just having length of body and some just genuine rib shape. I think that this one's very good. Her biggest advantage is I'm more comfortable with the way that one has more reach off of her hind legs. She feels that stride with more ease and flexibility. I think this one's wedged in just a shot better there at the point of her shoulder, particularly on the top side of her shoulder. Very attractive, very good bodied heifer. Without a doubt has just an advantage in structural integrity and flexibility. I like this heifer that comes second, and on the standstill, I think she's unrivaled in terms of just the way that she comes in of her top line, and very good in the design to her hip, and the tail head sets in there very nice. She too is very good in terms of her body shape and just roundness and boldness in terms of rib shape. She's got some rib shape up high, and then she's very good and uniform there in the lower part of her. But you can see when we put that cattle in motion, we just need to make her more flexible. She needs to reach just a bit further there off of her hind two and extend and drive off of that hock just a little bit better. But a very, very nice heifer there to go in second. I like this heifer here too, and if we could just gauge this one up just a shot and just stouten her up just a little bit in her pin set, I think she makes this top trio of heifers very interesting, because she's as good as any of them in terms of just her construction and the way that she's put together, good in terms of her body. She's not as big and overwhelming as those two that precede her in this class, but she's good in terms of her structure, and she's good there. Just wish that we could just stouten her up just a shot, maybe even just tidy her up just a little bit there at the base of her neck, but a very, very nice heifer. And that's her advantage here in the heifer that comes next, because you want to talk about one that's just the source of power and shape and dimension and stoutness in terms of bone. She's as good as anything, and probably even unrivaled in this class. With that extra stoutness, she's just too coarse for me. I think that one's just too coarse in the way that the construction to her shoulder. She's too uneven there in her back, and just big muscled. Just everything needs to relax there. But her body's good. Her bone work is good. We just need to make that one in a more attractive package. Just, wedge everything in just a little bit better. But I do like her substance. I do like her power. Just wish that we could relax her and just give her, a bit more flexibility up high. Next heifer that comes in, really long-bodied and good in that regard, good enough in terms of her body shape, just kind of falls out of bounds in terms of balance and uniqueness. Young man that's going to round out the class. That one's got some power and got some shape and some true dimension and true width to her. Unfortunately, just comes in too plain of a package to move up any higher in this particular class. Good class of heifers. Congratulations to those young people.
Back over here on our Angus side, we have this class, which in an automatic intermediate division drive. For me, I tend to follow this young man's female. I think that one is just a little better about her type and her kind. I like that one's front end. The way she streamlines through her front 1/3 and balances up in her underline. She's not as deep in her chest floor. I think she's balances better there at her heart and into the back, the center part of her body. And cage, I really like those things about her. She is plenty good in her center body. I love her muscle pattern, all those things. Is she maybe quite as good right at her heart in comparison to the one behind her? No, but I certainly think that when you take everything into consideration, for me, she's got to go ahead and win. Like I mentioned, I think that female in second's one that maybe she is. She comes out right behind her shoulder square. She carries more true shape and dimension down her top, out of her hip and into her into her quarter and down to her stifle. But that one for me, she just wants to get a little uncoordinated. We got to give her a little more reach off her front end. We got to change her chest floor. We got to clean her up in her navel just to make that whole underline balance up just a shot better. But I think two really good types of females. Let's congratulate those two young men.
Congratulations in your early summer yearling Angus heifer class. First place went to entry 2342 CVL Phoebe, owned by Lane Brenneis. And second place went to entry 2684, owned by Hunter Hopstetter. And that will also be your champion intermediate and reserve champion intermediate heifer. Congratulations.
In our Hereford show, results of junior heifer calf class 2159 January age. First place went to 413, shown by Scott Hickey. Second was entry 2059, shown by Lena May. Third was entry number 2880, exhibited by Harrison Roberts. Fourth was entry 2725, shown by Michaela Forrest. Fifth, 2802, exhibited by Emma Montrose. Sixth was 2477, shown by Tucker Crest. Now in the ring, we are selecting our junior heifer calf champion and reserve.
Well, if you would, once again, let's congratulate these exhibitors on a very, very nice division of Hereford heifers. I think, and I mean it, good depth and good quality throughout this division, and had some classes that, you know, were a little tougher and had a little bit more depth in them, you know, a little bit due just to, you know, some bigger classes in this division. But we get these four out here, and I'm really happy with them. And I think these two class winners are both extremely nice. The dark red heifer here that comes out of that first class, the more I look at that one, the more that one just kind of grows on me. And I know that, you know, compared to some of the other cattle out here, that one's not overwhelming in terms of just, you know, size and mass. But, you know, for one at this stage of the ball game, I think there's plenty to that one. And I think that just her future is very good, because I love the way that that one's constructed and the way that everything just transitions and flows. I love the structure and the angles in this female. She's great in terms of her feet and her legs. One that I just think has a tremendous future. Very good in the way that she's constructed down her top line. She's probably got an advantage in the heifer that stands behind her, just in squareness and trueness there in the way that she's constructed from hooks to pins. Very, very nice heifer out of that first class. Yeah, the heifer that comes out of that second class is a bit more in terms of just body and mass at this stage of the game, and that one's good in terms of her structure. Very sound down low, and the way that everything bends and flexes and reaches, and that's why she won that class. Is there's, you know, an added bit of flexibility there, yet she's still got some uniqueness, and I like, you know, the way that that one comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's very attractive there. You know, we just mentioned it, you know, maybe that one's just not as stout and square and true there in her hooks to her pins, but it works for her, and I think it helps a little bit with that added flexibility. Very, very good division of heifers. Those 2 seconds over there, it certainly brings some uniqueness and some extras to the table. I just thought that the two heifers that won this class, just better in terms of their structure, better in terms of their fluidity of motion. Very good division. I like these two class winners a good bit. Young lady that wins the first class is going to win this division. Young man, you're going to be reserved.
Congratulations on junior heifer calf champion in our junior show. We'll go to entry number 2661. That is SSF KKH25W Beth 404ET, exhibited by Piper Cease. And our reserve is going to be entry number 413. That is BWSMH Princess, exhibited by Scott Hickey. Congratulations.
gravitate to this female up front. For me, she's just a little more comfortable off of either end of her skeleton. I think she's athletic when you get her out. I love the motion of her spine, the way she bends and flexes off of either end, and then she gets it all parked and put together. She's really up-headed and extended. I love the way she blends from the base of her shoulder into her blade and even back into her heart and forerib. I think all those things are really, really good in that female. If I were to pick on that particular one, when she sets out in motion, I just want her to stay a little leveler, a little truer there in her hip-loin junction, but I think there's a lot of really, really good pieces in that one. If you gravitated to the female in second, I certainly can't disagree with you. On the standstill, that one will really draw you in. She's big, she's massive, she's broody, and she's really well assembled. I love her, the way she ties so high out of the top side of her shoulder. I love her levelness of spine, her depth of body, all those things. Just that one for me, when we set her in motion, she's too restricted out of her hip and hind leg. We really just have to, when she gets out and goes, we got to let her get out and go a lot freer on the move and just, make that hind leg fill that track. If we could do that, I think we can really start to talk about the way we place this class a little differently. For me, that's where we got to change that one. I think the young lady in third has a really nice one as well. One for me maybe just got a little crestier at the top side of her neck, maybe carried just a shot more chest in comparison to those two ahead of her. But again, that's getting really picky, really hypocritical, really critical of that particular female. I think she's got a lot of nice pieces. I love her hind leg. I love her flexibility, her body, her center dimension, all those things about her. I think the young man that comes next, I think that one's the right type and kind. Maybe we just need to settle that one in her spine ever so slightly. We certainly need to give her some added depth of side, some depth of body. But I think that one's running gear. Her feet and legs are incredible. I love the slope to her shoulder, angle to her knee. I love the way she utilizes her hind leg. You get around behind her, she's got some raw muscle shape about her in terms of down her top line, over her hip, and into her quarter. We just got to give her some extra added substance and body to move her on up the lineup. And taking nothing away from the young lady that's going to round out the bottom of our class here, for me, that one just wanted to get a little too open about the point of her shoulder. She's carrying some extra condition. She's got a shot of navel, but again, we talk about body, mass, and substance. She certainly has that advantage. Let's congratulate all those exhibitors.
In our Angus ring in the April Junior Yearling class, our first place is entry 2555 FSC Scara, owned by Macy Fessler. Second place is awarded to entry 3851 George Webster. Third place, Michaela Doherty. Fourth place, Chase Kading. And fifth place, Kylie Simpson. At this time in the ring, we have our March Junior Yearling heifers for the Angus. And just a reminder, exhibitors, at the conclusion of our champion Angus heifer, you are welcome to bring in your bred and owned animals for our champion and reserve selection of our bred and owned animal. Again, at the conclusion of our Angus show, please feel free to bring in your bred and owned heifers for the selection of our champion bred and owned. For those of you just joining us, we'd like to welcome in our Angus ring our judge, Dylan Frazier from Elizabeth, West Virginia. Dylan and his father, Daryl, run a 100-head commercial cow-calf operation with a focus on cattle that will go on to perform well in a feedlot scenario. Dylan also owns and operates Frazier Cattle, where he markets competitive show steers through private treaty, online sales, and the West Virginia Roundup. Dylan is a graduate of West Virginia University. Help me to welcome Mr. Dylan Frazier.
Great class over here, and I mean it probably as good as we've seen all day in terms of depth of and quality, because there's good cattle all the way throughout this class, and the heifer that's going to end up rounding out this class, I think very good in terms of just the basics and makes a very good cow. So just speaks to the depth of this particular class. The heifer that wins this class, though, for me, kind of a no-doubter, and I thought she handled this class very well. I think, talk about ones that just suit me in terms of structure, I think this heifer's very good, and then I think that this one's bold in the way that she's, constructed and has some genuine width and some genuine skeletal width to that heifer, and then, some extras in terms of stoutness of bone and stoutness of feature. Sure, she's not as wild-looking or as eccentric as some of the cattle that we've seen today, but I think everything balances very, very well in this female and just transitions very smooth, very proportionate in the way that particular heifer is built. Very nice heifer to win this class. Yes, the heifer that comes next, I mean, that one is bigger in terms of stature and frame size and even length of body. I just wish that we could piece it together just a little bit better. She's just a little bit rounder in the way that she's constructed. She's a little rounder and higher there in her back and just kind of rounds a little bit there out of her hip. A little rounder even in the shape to her leg, but one that's very nice in terms of growth and performance and good enough in terms of her structure. Very nice heifer, young man. Very good and basic heifer here that comes next, and I certainly like that about her. One that I think is good in terms of her body. I think she's great in terms of her body depth. If we could just wedge this one in just a little bit better there at the top side of her shoulder. She's a little bolder up high there, a little bolder and deeper there in her chest floor, but good in terms of her structure and good in terms of the fundamentals. Very nice Hereford heifer. The heifer that comes next probably is intriguing of an animal that I've seen yet so far today in terms of just the wow factor in her look and intrigue, and then she's good structured. Unfortunately, I just wish that there was more of this heifer, more in terms of performance, more in terms of width. Sure, she's extremely green at this point, but just if there was just more to this one, I think she makes it a bit more competitive because I love her look, I love her outline, I like her extras in terms of stoutness of feature and foot size, but like I said, just wish there was more size and scale. We commented just at the beginning of this class just how good it was, and the young man that's going to round it out, that's why, because this one's very good in terms of the basics and her cow-like build and function. She's good in terms of her structure. She's good in terms of her body and her density and fleshing ability. Good in terms of a lot of areas. Unfortunately, she's just a little plainer and just a little rounder in the way that she's built, but a very, very nice class of heifers. Congratulations to those young exhibitors. If you would, put your hands together and show them your appreciation.
Back over here in our Angus side, this female I have up top, she hit the ring, and I thought, what a pretty head and skull. I hope the rest of her matches, and it certainly did. She gave me one of the easiest decisions I've had of the day. I felt like that one won pretty deservingly so. I think that one's incredible in her running gear. She's good in her body. I love her levelness of spine, the way she stays collected on the go, all those things about her I think are really, really high quality. Sure, could we lengthen her out and her front 1/3, maybe make her just a shot higher tying? I guess so, but I think that one blends and bounces so nicely together, I have to go ahead and use that one to win. The young ladies there in second, take nothing away from that one because I think that one's plenty good too. For me, maybe that one at times wants to get a little lazy in her spine. Maybe at times we just want to give her a shot of added curl there to her hock and maybe want to make her go a little, just a shot square. But outside of those things, I think she's so bold and robust in her rib cage. I think she's got so much reach off her front end. She's long, she's high tying. I think there's plenty of power and maternal power and substance found in that one. A really, really good type of female still there in second. I think the one in third's really interesting. She's bold and robust. She's probably the most pulled apart in terms of skeletal width and dimension. All those things about her. That one for me, she just got a blend. She has an element of coarseness there at the front side of her shoulder. She's got to come out of the back side and blend just a notch smoother there in her heart and on into her forerib and into her rib cage. But I think that one's plenty stout, plenty powerful. That one maybe also to me wants to read a notch moderate in terms of her visual growth indicators. We got to make her tie a little better in her top line as she gets out here on the motion. But I still think there's a ton of quality found in that one. Young ladies that's going to come next, A big, bold, centered one. I think that one's got a ton of hits the brood cow fundamentals quite well. She's sound. She's got a ton of mass, a ton of power. That one for me, we just got to clean her up in her top line, make her better in her heart. We got to clean her up in her navel and her chest floor. Outside of that, I think there's a lot of really good in that one. And the young lady that rounds out the bottom of our class, take nothing away from her. I think we got to make that one point square off all four corners. Pardon me. I think we got to give her a shot of depth of side in comparison to some of the counterparts out here. But outside of that, I still think that one's really, really high quality. Let's congratulate all those young people.
By McKaylee Forrest. Fifth place was entry 1939, shown by Kale Housair. Now in the ring, we have senior heifer calves, October in age.
In the Angus ring in your March Junior Yearling Heifer class, congratulations to our first place entry, 721 SSF DS Lady, shown by Allison Davis. Second place was shown by Allison Scholes. Third place, Kayla Lippard. Fourth place, Blair Heath. And fifth place, Layla Grimm. Now in the ring are early junior yearling heifers. This class is February of 23.
Single entry here, but I still think plenty of quality. I love the way that one ties out the top side of her shoulder. I think she's got a tremendous amount of body and shape. I think she utilizes her hind leg very well. For me, that one, we need to tweak her in the angle to her shoulder, allow her to have a shot more reach off her front end. Maybe that one's pushing just a little extra condition as you start to see there at her throat and dewlap, but certainly a good build, good kind for the young man. Let's congratulate them.
And the winner of our February Junior Yearling Heifer class is entry 4037, Beaver Creek Scara, owned by Jacob Fortenbaugh. In the ring now would be our January 23 early Junior Yearling Heifers.
I like this heifer here that's going to win this class pretty well. And talk about one that suits me in terms of composition and leanness and freshness at this stage. You know, you talk about cattle projecting, you know, these will be senior yearlings there next summer. And I think that the future looks very good, partly because of the rig that she's in right now, but then her build is very, very good. I think one that's very attractive, very good in terms of her structure and her looseness of build, one that I just think projects very, very well. Sure, she's not as just opened up as some of the cattle that we've seen so far today, but I think the pieces are very good, and I think the future is very, very bright in that female. Congratulations to you, young lady. The heifer that comes next, maybe a little bit more basic in the way that she comes at us, and I certainly like just the basic cow function in this one. I think she's a bit safer in terms of structure, in terms of her bone work than the heifer that's going to come out next. Because, you know, yeah, she's not wild looking and she's not, you know, super show heifer looking, but very good in her build. I think just very genuine in the way that she's constructed there in her top and out of her hip. She too is not just the stoutest and widest one that we've seen or even in this class, but very good and safe in terms of her structure. Young lady here that comes next, you know, this heifer's wanting to give us some fits and had a little trouble getting just a real good look at her. But you know, she's got some uniqueness in terms of like her head shape and just how neat she is there. She's long-necked. She is the stoutest one in this particular class in terms of width, in terms of skeletal width. Unfortunately, with that added stoutness, that one's just a little bit rounder at the point of her shoulder. She's a little coarser in her hock, wants to even bow just ever so slightly there off of her hind too. But a very, very nice heifer that's got some neat pieces. I think offers some breeding flexibility and value there. Next heifer there, very good cow prospect, you know, one that's moderate in terms of her size. She's easy in terms of her fleshing ability. Good heifer there. Next young man, same thing, moderate framed heifer, good in terms of her fleshing ability. She's got some density to her. Wish that we could just shore that one up just a bit off of her hind leg, give her a shot more look and balance. Young lady that's going to round out. Yeah, I like that one good in terms of her composition. She's lean, she's fresh. Unfortunately, that one's just too hard in her overall makeup. Good class of heifers. Congratulations once again to those young people.
Back over here on our Angus side, I think I found a very, very good one for us up top. That one's pretty hard to miss. That one balances and blends together so extremely well. She's very unique just in how massive she is, especially in her center body. The way she gets out and goes, you know, there on her feet and legs. I think she certainly has the advantage in terms of weight per day of age. She's ultra good looking from the side, stout, but yet still maternal. I love that one skull on her front end. If I were to tweak on that one a little bit, maybe once in a while she wants to give you the view that she gets just a shot wide from knee to knee. But that being said, that one's still extremely, extremely high quality. That's not taking anything from the young lady there in second. I think she just kind of ran into a buzzsaw today. That one's build and that one's type and kind is so, so good. She's so good when she gets out on the move. She's ultra soft, has an extra set to her hind leg. Maybe at times she wants to get up underneath of herself, but I'd certainly rather have that than the other direction. And still yet to be she's so broody and so powerful out of the backside of her hip. I just think a lot of really good things in that particular female. I think the young man that comes next, you know, he certainly has the advantage in that bottom pair just in terms of body and substance. In terms of body and substance, I like that one, how convex she is in her rib cage. We just need to change her ever so slightly from the side profile. She wants to carry a little extra throat and chest. Maybe we need to clean her up in that one sheath just a little bit. But still, her balance, her levelness is in terms of spine, in terms of hip, I think are very, very good and still plenty bold in her center cage and broody at that. Young lady that's going to come next, I think that that one for me, again, from the side, she's ultra good in terms of her neck set. I think she's adequate in terms of her body and dimension. For me, we got to open that one up skeletally. The lower 2/3 of her skeleton just need cracked open. She needs some added width up front and at her base, and I think that starts to change things. It changes her skeleton and the way she starts to lay down that muscle. But certainly, really good class of cattle. Let's go ahead and give them a round of applause.
Results in our Hereford ring for senior heifer calves November and December. No, I'm sorry, for senior heifers October in age. First place went to entry number 4364, exhibited by Lucy Flynn. Second was 4116, J.D. Painter. Third was entry number 2902, shown by Ashley Tuckweiler. Fourth was 4187, shown by Aaron Shriver. Fifth was number 1940, shown by Cale Hauser. And sixth was entry 2451, shown by Ashley Demolay. We now have senior heifers August and September in age.
In the Angus ring, the results of our early junior yearling heifers. First place went to entry 3387, KCC GTC Annie Lou, owned by Hadley Hendrickson. Second place to Libby Foreman. Third place to Phoebe Stutzman. And fourth place to Natalie Schultz. We are now selecting our champion junior heifer. And just as a reminder, exhibitors, anyone who wants to be in contention for the bred and owned champion, please bring your bred and owned heifers into the ring following your champion heifer selection. Thank you.
Back over here on our Angus side, and our junior heifer division drive, I think that the quality in the lineup is extremely good. I think that I really like the build, the types and the kinds and the pieces that we certainly have out here, and the way these cattle put them all together. Again, I'm doing my best to stick to the priorities just in terms of being feet and legs first and foremost, and then from there center body, some maternal shape, and ties it all together with a high quality look. And I certainly think that each and every one of these can fall into that category. Just to talk about a handful of them here, because I certainly think that they warrant it. The first winner out of that particular division, out of that first class, I think that one's really cracked open. I love that one's expression of muscling, especially down low. I think she's sound enough for me. Maybe that one's just a little lower fronted. Maybe not quite as just exotic through a front 1/3 in comparison to some other ones, but I think that one's build and type and kind, it may be basic, but it's very good. The young ladies out of class 2, I talked about how easily that one won that class for me, and I certainly, I still agree with that. I think that one's plenty high quality. I think that one's feet and legs are certainly impeccable. If we were to tweak on that one, maybe sometimes we just want to give her a shot more expression at the lower portion of her quarter and stifle. Maybe we just want that one to be a shot higher tie-in. But I think just in terms of the way that one balances, the way she goes, her center body, and having enough muscling, I think that one puts a lot of really good things together. I think the young man's that came out of class 3 is certainly good as well. Again, a little more basic about her type and kind, maybe a little broodier, a little more real world practical, but certainly a good type of female. To round up our lineup, the young lady here, I think that one's just impeccable in her build. She's so good in her structure. I like the way that one ties so high at the top of her shoulder, and she's so long. She stays so collected when she gets out on the move, and that one does, for me, have plenty of muscling and expression. That one excels so well, but just how bold she is in her cage, how much expression she has in her hind corner, but yet you get up on her, and that one is so flat in her blade, and the way she blends from the base of her neck into her blade into the backside of her shoulder, it just all ties together so well. That one's extremely high quality. She's going to be your champion in this division. Congratulations to her.
Well, over here on our Hereford side, very good pair of heifers here to lead off this particular class. But even within this pair, I think that you have a dominant class winner and one that does a lot of things very, very well for me. You know, if you know me, you know that I like them pretty lean and pretty fresh. And this heifer, she's 100, and you know, not too far gone by any stretch of the imagination, because I get it. We're out here trying to win cow shows, and I think you know, this one's very, very ready, but very, very ready in a right way. And so my compliments to the guys that get this one put together, because I like a lot of things about her. I think you just talk about one that's very unique, and just her rib cage and her density, I think is very good for a Hereford female. And then still attractive and still neat and put together very well. Love this one when we get her in motion, and probably like her even just a shot better moving than I do on the standstill. She pulls herself together and collects it very, very well. Very good heifer here to win this particular class. The heifer that comes in second's high quality as well, and you know, maybe even has a little bit of an advantage in just flatness of shoulder and even length of neck there, but just, you know, just not as much in terms of just that overwhelming mass. But this one's good in terms of her structure. She's good in terms of her body. She's good in terms of her build. Just runs into an awfully nice one. Very nice heifer, young man. Next heifer that's going to come out, I think there's a little bit of give and take here in the bottom pair of this class, and I go with one that there's just a shot more extension and scale and size and length too. I think that she's got that advantage in just growth compared to the heifer that's going to round out the class. Sure, the heifer that does come next is a little stouter in her bone work, has a shot more feature to her. She's just a little bit more compact and not as you know, not as much size. But a good class of Hereford heifers there. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
In our Angus ring, congratulations to our champion junior heifer, entry 3387, KCC GTC Annie Lou, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson, and our reserve champion junior yearling heifer, entry 721 SSF DS Lady, shown by Allison Davis. Now in the ring is our early senior yearling heifer. The conclusion of this class, this is also your division, we will be selecting our champion, grand champion Angus heifer in reserve. At the conclusion of our champion selection, exhibitors, please bring in your best bred and owned female.
Back over here in our Angus side, just a single entry here in our senior yearling heifer division, but I think still the quality's high. I think that one's impeccable on her feet and legs. I love that one's foot size and her bone circumference, especially right in there about her ankle. I think that's the true indicator of bone work within any given animal. I think that one's really, really good in her bottom line, just from their chest floor all the way back to her flank and udder. I think all that ties together so well. She's so flat in her blade and still so correct in comparison the way she ties in the rest of her body. Now, she certainly is, you know, getting up there in maturity. Is she maybe as out there as some others we've seen today? No, but I think in terms of real-world cow fundamentals, that one's pretty hard to pick a hole in. Let's give that pair a congratulations.
Winning our early senior yearling heifer class and also being named your champion senior heifer is entry 1868 Beaver Creek EA Black Cap, owned by Madison Bowen. Congratulations.
I'd like to remind all the junior Hereford exhibitors that there will be a bred and owned and reserve bred and owned female selection at the conclusion of the female show. We will be selecting a champion and reserve bred and owned female in the Hereford show, as we do in all breeds of the junior show.
Well, once again, if you would, congratulate these young people on just an outstanding division. I like all 6 of these heifers quite well, and we talked in that last division that we thought that division was plenty stout and had some depth and stuff and quality all the way through it, but it just continues to progress, and so I think this division has been very good. And like I said, I like all 6 of these heifers. I thought we had a very good class winner that comes out of that first class, and she's not as big as some of the other cattle out here, even when you take in consideration for age, but that one does some things very, very well for me. I love the way that everything balances in that female. I think that she's very good in terms of the extras, in terms of stoutness of feature and stoutness of bone. I think that one's got some tremendous breeding value and mating flexibility in that one because she's very good in her structure and she's got those extras. Very, very nice young heifer here that comes out of that first class. Probably as futuristic as one of, as anything in this division is what comes out of class 2. And, commented that I like where that one's at in terms of condition. At this stage of the game, I think that one projects to make a very nice senior yearling. I think she's beautifully attractive about her head and her neck. She's good in terms of her top line and her outline. And compared to the 2 cattle that stand on either side of her, that one's not as dimensional and not as wide and all that. But I think that the future's very good, and I think, this one, you get this one bred up here pretty soon, and think about that one next summer. I think she's going to be a lot of fun because there's some very unique pieces in terms of just look and outline and very good in terms of her structure. Very good class here that, the third class in this division. I thought there were 2 heifers in that class that were very, very good. And with that, though, like I said, I thought that the class winner was dominant. And man, there's a lot of things to like about this heifer. You just talk about one that balances up extremely well. I think everything just, flows and it's smooth and everything transitions very nice in this female. She's got just a pinch there right there in her throat, but, she's still attractive. She's good-headed. She's nice there on the top side of her neck. I think extremely good in terms of her range of motion and flexibility. Love the body and just the density to this female. She's got true skeletal width. She's got true power. I think just a very, very good heifer. I like that pair of heifers pretty well. I thought that 2 really high-quality heifers in that particular class. Young lady that wins that third class, she's going to be your division champion. Follow her up with the young man that was second to her.
Congratulations, and champion senior heifer calf will go to entry number 1636. That is GGSC Coral. She is a marksman daughter, birth date September 10, 23, exhibited by Morgan Riley, and reserve is entry number 69. That is CJ Coco Lady. She is also a marksman female, September and age, exhibited by Scott Hickey. Congratulations. We will now be ready for class 2167, late summer yearling females.
Let's go ahead and put your hands together for the young people out here. I think no matter where you're at in terms of, you know, at a county level, regional level, or even all the way to a major, there's been a certain amount of dedication and sacrifice that's went into making it to this point, you know, to a grand drive of any sort. I certainly think is an accomplishment that shouldn't be overlooked. But likewise, exhibitors, you know, there's certainly been people that have gotten you out of bed whether every morning and helped you go rinse or drove you to shows or whatever the case may be. So certainly don't let those people go unthanked either. I'm not going to talk back through the cattle. I think I've talked about them extensively enough. I think that there's a tremendous amount of quality out here. I'm just honored as can be, you know, to get to not only sort livestock of this caliber, but to work with young people of this caliber. And I think that, you know, as you analyze this lineup, I certainly tried to stick to my priorities. Hopefully you were able to follow along and go with me. Like I said, there's a tremendous lineup out here. I'm going to go take one more look and we'll get you a grand and reserve. Please join me one more time in congratulating these young people.
Congratulations on our Angus side. Your champion Angus heifer is entry number 915, Oakley Sandy 393, shown by Remy Gardner. And your reserve champion heifer is entry 3387, KCC GTC Annie Lou, shown by Hadley Hendrickson. Congratulations. At this point, we invite all of our exhibitors to bring in their champion, or excuse me, their bred and own entries for the champion bred and own.
Just two heifers out here in the June-July class here in the Hereford show, and I like this heifer here that wins this particular class. You know, young man's brought us a couple nice heifers today that fit this mold and finally gets rewarded here because when you talk about just the basics and cow power in this particular female, I think that she's very nice. I think she's strong about her female characteristics. She's great in terms of her structure, sensible about her size and easy fleshing. Very good female here to win this particular class. Next heifer here that's going to go in second, without a doubt, that one does have an advantage in just size and scale and extension. I wish that we could just lean that one up there in her underline and rock her back there in her knee and just give her a shot more like just width there at the hock, but one that you like for that added growth, that extension, and that look. Good pair, good class of females. Congratulations to those two young exhibitors.
First place in Class 2167 late summer yearling females will go to entry number 2891. That is shown by Harrison Roberts. And second place is entry 3505, exhibited by Rebecca Van Camp. We're now ready for 2168 early summer yearlings.
In our Angus ring, we are currently selecting our champion bred and owned heifer, and we're very, very happy to see so many bred and owned heifers in this competition for Judge Dylan Frazier to evaluate. Judge Frazier is from Elizabeth, West Virginia, where he and his father, Darrell, run 100 head of commercial cow-calf operation with a focus on cattle that will go on to perform in a feedlot scenario. Dylan also owns and operates Frazier Cattle, where he markets competitive show steers through private treaty and online sales, and through the West Virginia Livestock Roundup. Fraser Cattle has been fortunate to have success on a multitude of levels in recent years, including county, jackpot, and state fair champions. Dylan also enjoys spending time in church and is a graduate of West Virginia University. Judge Fraser's Mountaineers were very successful yesterday, beating OSU 38-14. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, not so fortunate against Penn State. We're sorry for that. We also want to let everyone know in our crowd, if you're interested in serving on any of the committees here at the Keystone International Livestock Expo, specifically the beef committees, we are in search of someone who would like to head up our junior show, or a pair of people who would like to head up the junior show. We do have one junior chair, and we're looking for a second or a third. If you know anyone interested, please let us know.
I think that the bred and owned division is certainly something really, really intriguing and worthwhile. You know, the only thing harder than getting a calf and breaking it and you know, taking it to a show is probably starting at the very, you know, conception of that calf, and to be able to make that plan and build that program yourself. I think that's incredibly difficult, and certainly each and every one of these young people need commended for that, because that's certainly not something to be taken lightly, and I really admire and respect their dedication for for their respective programs. That being said, again, really incredible lineup out here. I'm gonna go out and take one more look, and we'll get you a Grand Reserve bred and owned. Let's congratulate these young people.
Congratulations to our best bred and owned female in the Angus show, entry 1656, exhibited by Piper Cates. In our reserve, best bred and owned is entry 3131, shown by Allison Scholes. We will now take pictures for the Angus show.
Once again, a very good class here in your Hereford side, and the heifer that I'm going to lead off with, I think just excels in terms of structure and range of motion, just more reach on either side of her skeleton, and then combine that with just being a shot stouter featured and stouter in terms of her bone work, and just very good in those certain areas. I think that one's constructed very well, and I think she's got an advantage in not only structure and reach off of both sides of her skeleton, but she's got an advantage in length of body, length of hip, squareness of hip there. Very nice heifer here to start off this particular class. Moderate framed heifer here that comes next, and I certainly don't hold that against her. I think she's big enough for me. Unfortunately, I just wish that we could lean that one up and just freshen her up just a shot, and then just get her to go and reach and give her more, just reach of stride off of both sides. She just wants to swim a little bit up front and then just never really finds her stride there and reaches to that front end. But man, that one's body is absolutely enormous and so soft in the way that she's made. I like that about her. Just wish that we could freshen her up and give her a shot more fluidity and range of motion. The that comes next, bigger framed, bigger outlined one, and certainly some unique pieces in this one. You talk about just head and neck quality. I think that she's very intriguing. Like the heifer that goes out in front of her, we just need to tweak that one on both sides of her skeleton. That one needs relaxed there in her shoulder, in her knee, to let her get out and reach with a bit more, extension out of that front end. But she's got some power, she's got some bone, and very neat and very attractive. That's the advantage that she holds over the heifer here that's going to round out the class, because I do think that the heifer that's going to conclude is safer in terms of her structure, and I think she takes a longer stride off of both sides of her skeleton. She just doesn't have the extras in terms of show ring presence and look. She's good in terms of her body, high quality female that young lady brings us. Very good class of Herefords. If you would, congratulate each of them.
Marino. Third is 3022, that is Amberlynn Christenbury. And fourth is entry number 4124, shown by Amelia Greathouse. We are now selecting our intermediate yearling female and reserve. Well, once again, we get a division of Herefords out here that I think is very stout, and I think there's quality, and, all four of these heifers out here have some uniqueness and have some pieces that you certainly appreciate, and talk about cattle that can do different things in different breeding scenarios, and how these young people take them and mate them and make the next generation. All these cattle have things that they can add to,
add to their cow herd. The heifer that wins that first class, I think just very basic in the way that that one's built and constructed. I think that she's very good in certain areas in terms of her structure, in terms of her looseness and flexibility. You know, she's not as overwhelming as some of the other cattle out here in terms of look or even dimension, but I think just the basic fundamentals, I think that you have to like that heifer very, very well. The heifer that comes out of that second class, one that I like in terms of just, you know, having some of those extras. I think she's attractive in the way that she's made. I think that one that I really like in the way that she's constructed in her top line and her hip structure. She's big in terms of her foot size and her bone work, and she too has got that added flexibility and range of motion. Very nice heifer. You know, just real briefly, you know, the heifer that comes out that was second to her, you know, we talked about that one, you know, needed to go on better on both sides of her skeleton, but there is still just some very unique pieces and just, you know, love her body and you know, for one that's that far along in terms of condition, she's still attractive and she's still very nice on the top side of her neck and very good and just, you know, there's some unique pieces there that I think, you know, if you can, you know, relax that one in the way that she goes with the right mating decision, I think that she brings some real good things to the table. I thought that pair of heifers was good, you know, just I thought that the heifer that won the class was a little sounder, a little better in terms of her range of motion and flexibility, but I think those are the two high quality, unique heifers of this particular division. We'll keep them together and they'll be champion in reserve.
Congratulations, and your intermediate yearling heifer champion will be entry number 3024. That is WD3F Justice 3129. She is a May 2nd, 23 female sired by Lumberjack and exhibited by Campbell Manross. And our reserve will be entry number 4767. That is BOF JB Luna. She is a May 4th female sired by Ivy's Advance and exhibited by Gianna Marino. We are now ready to exhibit Class 2171, Spring Yearling Females.
We are now ready to begin our Shorthorn show. First class of the day is our cow-calf pair, 4 years and older. We have one entry. In the Shorthorn ring, we are looking for exhibitor Elizabeth Gauker with her cow-calf pair.
Here in our Shorthorn show, we get things kicked off with this first pair, and I think it's a really nice pair that's really respectable and a nice representation of the breed. I think that each of them are really square off either end of their skeleton in terms of base width, in terms of chest floor width, and skeletal dimension. I really like that, how long-necked each of them are and how that cow's passed that on to the bull calf there. You know, I think they each have a touch of navel that could certainly get cleaned up, but I think they're the right build and the right type, the right kind, maybe just lacking some overall condition today. But that being said, still the right kind. Let's congratulate that pair. We continue on over here on our Shorthorn side. Now, another single entry here to get our heifer show kicked off, but you know, the numbers may be small, but the quality is really, really high in this one. She's young and she's skinny and she's green, but my oh my, she built good. I love that one's front end. I love the way she blends into her shoulder. Really, her center body and dimension is extremely good given her age and maturity. I love that one's hind leg. I like her width and dimension when you read her from behind. Just a high quality type of female here for this young lady.
Congratulations. In our first junior heifer calf class, a Mayborn heifer, first place, entry 3469, CF Mona Lisa, exhibited by Iva Mummert. Circling back, our champion cow-calf pair was entry 2125, Rex Lane Molly, owned by Elizabeth Gauker.
I think we have a pretty dominant class winner here once again, and you know, in an ideal world, I would change that one's head shape just ever so slightly and then lean her up, but boy, this thing does a lot of things very, very good. You want to talk about cattle that have real density and mass and shape, extras in terms of bone work and foot size, and then can get out and travel and go. That heifer fits the bill for me in a lot of areas. I mean, I'll be honest, like I would love to have that one, you know, in our country, and you know, she's the kind that you can make, you know, in our part of the world, the Land O'Lincoln steer game is so good, and that one's just, you know, her extras in terms of just density and mass, you know, but she still looks like a female. I don't want to pigeonhole her into that stage of production, but I think just her uniqueness in terms of build and shape and mass, I I think she's very, very, very good. The next heifer here that comes out, maybe not as wild looking as the two heifers that are going to go third and fourth in this class, but when we talk about the basics, she is the one that I'm the most comfortable with in terms of her structure, in terms of her flexibility. I think that she's the second best in this class in terms of those particular areas. Foot quality, foot shape, foot size, I think is all very, very good in this female. Very good place for me to go in second. And I like some things about this heifer that goes in third, and I like some things about that heifer in fourth too. Like this heifer that comes in third probably is a neat, unique, and intriguing there about her head shape and the way she comes out of the top side of her neck. She's opened up and big and bold in terms of her body. Unfortunately, I just need to change the way that one goes off of either side of her skeleton, change the shape to her foot, but a very big-bodied, nice uddered female that's got some really unique pieces. The heifer that comes next, on the standstill, I like this heifer a good bit. I think she's attractive. I think she's youthful. I think she's fresh. She's opened up in terms of her skeletal width. Unfortunately, just need to rock that one back there in her shoulder and let her go with more extension and reach there when we put the cattle in motion. But very fresh, very well presented, very nice heifer. Bigger framed heifer here that's going to come next, just a little bit harder and harsher in her general makeup. Need to just soften that one up and give her more total body dimension. More moderate heifer that's going to come next, and that's her advantage in this bottom pair of females. I think I read that one as just being an easier fleshing, lower maintenance type of cow. She's good enough in terms of her structure. Big, extended, long-bodied, extremely long-bodied heifer here that's going to round out the class. Unfortunately, just too hard and too harsh in her general makeup. Good class of Herefords. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2171, the spring yearling females, April in age. First place will go to entry number 2501, exhibited by Clayton Landis. Second is entry 2898, shown by Harrison Roberts. Third would be entry number 3908, that is Isabella Hewitt. Fourth is entry number 2722, shown by Michaela Forrest. Fifth is 3502, shown by Tyler Gemza. Sixth is entry number 399, that is Abigail Smith. And seventh, 2919, that is Reed Tuckwiller. Now in the ring is Class 2172. These are also spring yearling females, but they are March in age.
Well, we keep things rolling over here on the Shorthorn side in Class 2. I find the young ladies red-necked roan there up at the top side of the class. I think that one for me, just in terms of being futuristic, reads with the highest ceiling, just in terms of future longevity and potential. I think that one's skeleton is really, really good. That one's got so much reach and so much flex off her rear too. I think her body is plenty adequate given her size and maturity. You know, she's certainly not got an abundance, but I think given her build and her frame and her maturity, I think it's plenty adequate. Get around behind her, and I think that one tracks really square. She's good in her muscling, really good outlined. I think just a high quality, high ceiling there. That one's got nothing but a bright future ahead. Young man's that comes next, I take nothing away from her. I think that one for me, we just got to make her just a shot softer in her skeleton. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong. Maybe you could rock her knee back into her ever so slightly, but I think she most closely follows that class winner just in terms of being that type and kind of being futuristic, having some size, some frame, and still being long-fronted and being good enough and being there in the long haul. I think the young ladies that comes next is another one that's nice as well for me. I think skeleton is plenty adequate. I think she's certainly lacking some body just even at this stage in the game. I think that one ties a little lower and has a shot of throat, but I think there's plenty of future left in that one. Young lady that rounds out the bottom of her class, you could certainly bump that one up if you wanted to. For me, that one just didn't fit the mantra of that top trio. I think that her skeleton is fine. Maybe that one wants to pull her hock in and get a little close hock to hock, and especially the lower third of her skeleton probably needs pulled apart a little bit. But she's got some body and she's got some mass and some shape, and still reads with a female characteristic to it. I just think that she needs tweaked in some of those areas to keep moving her on up in terms of being a little larger scaled. Let's congratulate those young people.
In the Shorthorn Arena, our March Junior Heifer Calves, first place went to entry 4097, CF Mona Lisa 455, exhibited by Emily Vance. Second place, exhibited by Jackson Overbay. Third place, exhibited by Madeline Rankin. And fourth place to Atlee Hoy. Now in the ring, our February Junior Heifer Calves.
It's a single entry here back over on our Shorthorn side. I think that one for me is, she's got a really nice silhouette. I love how her head sits on that top side of her shoulder, and she's long-necked, and I love her ear set and a lot of those things about her. I think she's got some big feet with some big bones to go with them. I like how bold she is in her pin set, and I like her muscling. For me, that one's maybe just a shot course in her skeletal makeup. From the point of her shoulder, she's just a little wide, a little round. I want to just clean her up there and her hock and those joints and make her a little smoother and go just a shot better. But outside of that, I think there's a ton of good in that one. Let's congratulate that young lady.
Our winner in the Junior Heifer Calf February class is entry 2126, Elizabeth Gauger. We now have our January 24 Junior Heifer Calf class. We have one entry in this class. Excuse me, there are two entries in this class.
keep rolling over here on our Shorthorn side. I think these two are really, really nice, but for me, the young man's red female kind of runs away with it. That thing is incredibly high quality. She's so soft on every avenue. She's soft in her structure, she's soft in her body, but yet still being up-headed and really freaked out in her front end, but still having those fundamentals that are hard to keep with having a front end like that. I think she's good in her body and her cage. I love her muscling. You know, maybe if you wanted to get real picky, you could say you could pick up on her pin ever so slightly, but boy, again, that's getting really picky of a really, really extremely high quality one. Young ladies, that's going to be second here. That one for me just needs to be softer off either end of her skeleton. She needs to have more slope to her knee, more set to her hock, and be a little softer there at the ground. I think she's got some body, she's got some rib cage, and she's got some dimension and muscling. Just maybe doesn't have quite those high-flying pieces that the young man's up top does. Let's congratulate both of those exhibitors.
Once again, just a very, very good class here in the Hereford show, and there's good cattle all the way throughout this lineup. And I find, the top end of this class, 4 or 5, even maybe 6 deep, I think are good. And I like this heifer that wins this class, and she wins it pretty handily for me. Just when we talk about just putting a lot of good things together. I love this one's body and just, how her female characteristic in terms of her body shape, and I like her hip design. I like her hoof design, the shape to her foot. She's great in terms of her hind leg. In a perfect world, I would like to just lean that one up just a shot. But I think that she's so good in so many areas that she has to win this class and wins it pretty convincingly. Same thing here with this heifer. I think if we lean this one up just a shot, I think that everything would tie together just a little bit better because I like this one's body as well. I love her in her forerib, and I like how that belly transitions into her flank. It's just very good and very uniform on the underside of her belly. Good in terms of her hip, good in terms of her range of motion. I'd like to change that one's foot shape just a little bit, particularly on them front two, but I still think that that's a very good female and very deserving to go into the second hole in this particular class. A little longer bodied heifer here that comes next, and I like a lot of things about this one. I think she's got the added length. For me, she's just a little bit stabby in the way that she handles that hock, pushing just a little bit of chest, but I love the outline and just how balanced and symmetrical that one is from the top side of her neck all the way out of her tail head. Good in terms of her body. Not just overwhelming in that area, but very good and very round in her rib shape, and I like that. And that's the advantage that she has in the heifer that's going to go next. Just rounder and better in her body and her forerib, and just more density right there in the center portion of her body, because this heifer, for her look and her outline, suits me very well, and I love this one's structure. I think that she's very well built in the way that she's assembled through the front 1/3 of her body. She's got extra bend and flex there in her knee and extra range of motion. Just wish that there was a shot more to that one in terms of mass and in terms of true density and belly. The next heifer here suits me very well in terms of composition. I like where this one's at in terms of leanness and freshness. Unfortunately, with that, not only is she a shot leaner, but there's just not as much to this heifer. There's not as much from a three-dimensional standpoint in terms of being opened up in her rib cage and stoutness there in her pin set, but she's one of the very good built heifers and very attractive heifers of this particular class. Good heifer, once again, that comes out, and one that, probably just getting a little bit far in terms of condition and where she's at, but, study the basics of this one. I think that you like it. I think she's great in terms of her top line. She's awesome in terms of her belly. She's awesome in terms of where her flank sets in. She's just a little plainer in the way that she's made there about her head and her neck. Wants to roll them hocks in just a little bit when we ask the cattle to go. Another big-bodied one here that's going to come next, and certainly like that, She's moderate in her frame. She's easy fleshing. Not as neat and attractive as some of the cattle, not as neat and aesthetically pleasing in the way that she handles her hind leg, but basic function is very good in that female. A little harder bodied one here that's going to come next. She's a little bigger outlined, and you know, wish we could just soften that one up and relax her in the way that she comes out of her front end, off of her shoulder and into her knee. Just give her a bit more stretch and range of motion right there. Same holds true for the next heifer. If we could rock that one back and tuck her up just a little bit there in her chest floor and just relax her there in her shoulder, I think that she could move up some spots, because there's some true mass and some true shape to this female. Just need to relax the way that she goes off of her front end, and consequently that would bring her back down. Young man, it's going to round out the class. Very attractive heifer. I think that you like that about her. She's good in terms of her lines. Unfortunately, she's just too harsh in the way that she's built, just too hard in her general makeup and too hard on both sides of her skeleton. Very good class of Hereford females. Congratulations to those young people. That was a very good class.
We keep rolling here on the Shorthorn side of things, and we enter into our first division drive, and I think that the makeup and the quality is extremely high. I think that skeleton first and foremost has been impeccable. Outside of that, I think we have some good builds, good frames to build off of. I think that there is truly some good parts and pieces out here, and as these cattle continue to age and mature, they're going to do nothing but get better with time. Again, hopefully you've been able to follow along in some of my priorities. I'm not going to talk back through them. I think you've heard me, my thoughts on them. For me, as I get out here and I analyze this division drive, it's a pretty one-horse race for the top spot. Young man with the red female, he's going to be your champion. Congratulations to them. I think as you start to analyze the lineup for your reserve, the race gets quite a bit tougher. I think that there's a couple different scenarios and situations you can go with. I am a sucker for one that's good built and has a good future ahead of her. As I continue to analyze these out here, I think the young lady out of Class 2 with the red neck, I think she follows that mold. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Shorthorn Champion Junior Heifer Calf, entry 3595 CF Mona Lisa, exhibited by Sawyer McGrew. And our Reserve Champion Junior Heifer Calf of the Shorthorn Show goes to entry 4097 CF Mona Lisa 455, shown by Emily Vance.
In our Hereford Show, results of Class 2172, the March Spring Yearlings. First place in that class will go to entry number 3910, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt. Second is 945, that is Rhett Day. Third is entry number 4118, shown by J.D. Painter. Fourth in that class was 3815, that's Jenna Riley Stockdale. Fifth was entry number 4868, shown by Ethan Smith. Sixth was 3817, that is Nick Bernatowitz. Seventh is entry number 2115, shown by Colton Sugg. Eighth is exhibited by Hadley Ando. Ninth is Emily Fritz with entry 4706. And 10th was entry number 5079, shown by Easton Himmler.
Well, like so many times today, we get this division lineup out here and just become very impressed with the Hereford cattle because I like these four heifers a good bit. And I think that they're cattle that are good in terms of their structure. They're cattle that have a little bit extra in terms of, some width and some dimension, and then still there's a few of them out here that have some uniqueness in terms of look that I like very well. We talked about just how much I like some things in this heifer here that wins this first class. Just talk about one that is dense and bold in the way that she's made. She's moderate in terms of her frame. She's great in terms of her structure, has that extras in terms of foot size and bone, and, just very, very nice. And, we talked about, that we'd like to lean her up just a shot and change the shape to her head just ever so slightly and maybe refine her just a bit on the top side of her neck. But that heifer's awfully, awfully good, and I think, talked about just, there's some mating flexibility there, and for one that's that dense and that's, stout to get out and travel the way she does, I think is very unique. The heifer that comes next, I just talk about one that just, I think, balances up extremely well. I think one that's just enormous there in her body and very good there. I think she's got an advantage and just female characteristic and female strength there when you study her about her skull shape. I think she's a shot better there on the top side of her neck. She too could be leaned up just ever so slightly, but she's great in terms of her body. She's good in terms of her lines. Her feet and legs work very good. She's not just as stout and as powerful as that heifer that wins that first class, but a very, very good female. I think it does come down to these two class winners out here. One's a little bit more female, one's a little stouter, one's a little more rugged, but I like both these heifers very well. Young lady out of Class 2, you're going to be our champion. Young man out of Class 1, you'll be reserve.
Back over here in our Shorthorn ring, we have a pair of females out here. I think, they're plenty different in their type and their kind. I tend to gravitate towards the young lady's white female. I think that one could be just a scotch softer in her structure, utilize her hind leg just a little better. She could settle in her spine and settle that tail head down. But outside of that, that one's got some body. She's got some mass. She is good looking. I like her substance of bone, and then you get around behind her, and she certainly doesn't disappoint you. But we need to clean her up in those few areas mentioned at first. Young ladies, a red female that comes next, take nothing away from that pair. Just that one for me is a little frail in her bone work. She needs a shot of body and to balance up a little better. But I still think, that one just in terms of being fundamentally correct, I certainly think she goes on to make a cow for the young lady. Let's congratulate that pair of young ladies.
Congratulations, and spring yearling female champion will go to entry number 3910 in our Hereford show. That is Isabella Hewitt with LP Lana. It is a logic female, born 3/18 of 23, and reserve is entry number 2501. That is DJF Miami Minja. That is sired by Long Haul, exhibited by Clayton Landis. Congratulations. Now in the ring is junior yearling females, February in age.
In our Shorthorn ring, results for the late senior heifer calf class. First place went to entry 3747, CF Mona Lisa 3137, exhibited by Madeline Rankin. And second place to Abby Patrick. Currently in the ring are our early senior heifer calves.
We will take a moment here in the ring to again recognize our judge in the Hereford show today. That is Mr. Garrett Lampy from Petersburg, Illinois. So we want to say thank you to him, and also to our 2024 National Hereford Queen, who is Miss Marie Prodell, which I inadvertently introduced earlier today. So for that, I again apologize, but we need to say thank you to both of those people for all their efforts in the ring for us today.
Over here in our Shorthorn side, we'll keep moving along, and I find this young lady's red and white female up here at the top of the class to just go ahead and win. I think pretty deservingly so. I think that one's got a superior advantage just in terms of skeletal integrity. The way that one gets out and goes, she's so athletic. She has so much reach off her front end. The way she utilizes her hind leg is just so good. And outside of that, you know, she's long-bodied, she's good-hipped. I like her front end well enough. You know, she's assembled plenty nice. You know, maybe if you wanted to pick on her just, you know, getting very critical, you could maybe ask for just a little bit more depth of body, a little deeper sided. But I think at this stage in her life, she's still plenty adequate, and I think her skeletal design is just really superior out here. I think the young lady that comes second, not taking anything away from her, I think that one is really good just in terms of the way she ties so high at the top side of her shoulder, her angle and slope to her blade. I love that. I wish she had, you know, once you come out of that point of her shoulder, I wish maybe she sat back a little more and had just a little more reach off of her front end. So that one gets out and goes. I wish we could keep her a little more collected within the means of her skeleton off her hind too, but I think she's ultra flexible. I love her depth of heel. I love her center body. I love her muscling and all those things about her. I think the young lady that comes next, here's one that's a little more out there and extended about her type and kind, maybe a little taller in terms of her scale, but she is sound. I think she's comfortable enough for me off her skeleton, off either end. She's got some muscling and some dimension. Young lady that comes next, again, same type of deal. I think maybe that one needs a shot of base when you analyze her from behind. I think she wants to get a little closed up underneath, especially hock to hock. But I think she's bold and robust in her rib cage. I think she has enough reach for me off her front end. Just a little plainer type of makeup of female, a little more jammed up in her front end, but I think she's bold and broody, certainly for sure. Young ladies that comes next, again, another one that's maybe a little plainer about her type and her kind, but I really like that one's hind leg, just how soft she is, how good she is in her pastern. I think she's got the right body shape coming as you analyze her underline. Maybe starting to want to get a little deep in her chest floor, you know, a little lower tying type of female, but certainly one I think that hits the basic fundamentals plenty well enough for me. Young ladies that comes next, you could certainly make the argument that you want to move that one up, and I wouldn't be hugely against it. I think she is the stoutest in terms of her feature and her rig. I think she sets down the largest foot with the biggest bone work. I think that, when you view her from behind, I think she's the boldest in her pin set and her muscle shape. One for me, we just need to make her a little smoother jointed and a little freer moving. I think she maybe wants to get a little bold there as you analyze her in her hock, in her joint, some of her joints. We just need to make that one get out and go, clean her up from the point of her shoulder into the base of her neck. As we start to work on some of those things, we can certainly start making the argument, in my mind, to move her on up into the class standing. Congratulations to those young people. Looking forward to the next class.
Once again, just a very good class over here in the Hereford ring, and a lot of depth and quality throughout this class, and it doesn't just piece together the easiest, and it took a little bit just to sort them out and figure out where you need to be, but and then I land on this heifer here that stands directly in front of me, and yeah, she maybe doesn't have some of the extras in terms of just wowness and all that, but I do believe that this is the best heifer in this class in terms of just combination, and I think she brings the most good to the table. Love this heifer from the top side of her shoulder out of her top line. I think from the shoulder back, I think this one is very, very good. I love this one's forerib and her flank and just, great bodied and just how uniform everything is there. And she's not perfect in terms of her structure, but she's the most comfortable out here and puts the most good together. Very, very nice class winner. Congratulations to you. The heifer that comes next, probably the source of power and source of width in this particular class, and I like that about her. To me, she's just a little short there in the center portion of her body. Wish that we could pick that one up ever so slightly in her chest and keep her inside of herself just a bit better in her skeleton when we ask her to go. But a very, very nice heifer that's got some width. She's got some shape and some dimension. Just wish that we could refine her up just a bit. Boy, I wish this heifer right here could just get out and go just a shot better and just reach with a bit more authority and reach off of that hind leg, because this one suits me in a lot of areas. You talk about one that is lean and fresh and very attractive. I think that this one balances up extremely well, and I like just, how youthful and fresh she is. It's when we put them in motion that we just need to change that one. I wish that she could just reach on both sides just a bit better, cover that stride, because I do like that one's uniqueness of look. Good basic heifer once again here that comes out next, and she's good in terms of her structure. While she's not 100 there, I think that she's very close, and to move her up, we just need to give her just a shot more look and just tie everything a little bit better together. She wants to come up in that tail head just a little bit, but that's a very, very nice heifer. Very good cow prospect there. Shot leaner designed heifers that are going to come in next, and I certainly like that about them. This heifer here, I think, is built really good. I think that there's some flexibility there and some looseness of structure that I think is very nice. Unfortunately, because she is so loose built, she's just a little bit piecey in the way that she comes. She's a little deeper there in her chest and just wants to open up a little bit there at the top side of her shoulder, not pull it all together and stay quite as collected. Good round-bodied heifer here that comes next. Certainly like that about her. She, too, is really flexible in the way she goes. A lot like that heifer that precedes her, just doesn't tie it all together, and balance up is nice. She's a little harsher right there in her forerib, but one that's certainly good and on her feet and legs. This heifer here, good in terms of her body. Like that about her. She's easy fleshing. Unfortunately, that kind of works to her disadvantage just because I think she's a little bit over in terms of condition. She's a little crestier there on the top side of her neck, a little deeper in her chest. Heifer that's going to round out the class. Good enough in terms of structure, good enough in terms of fluidity of motion. Just need to piece that one together, give her a shot more look, shot more total width and dimension. Very good class of heifers. Congratulations to those young people.
Over here in our Shorthorns, we reach another drive yet again. I think that, I think the makeup of these cattle are very similar just in terms of the priorities that we tried to stick with. I think you can bounce back and forth. Just to talk very briefly about them, I think the white female for me in that one hole was one that I liked her in the standstill. I thought her body and her dimension was good. I thought she was good looking up front. I like her bone work just in terms of how much she has. You analyze her from behind, she is pulled apart in her pin set. I think she's got some shape, some boldness to her quarter and stifle there. I like those things about her. I think with that one, we needed to make her softer off either end of her skeleton. I think we just need to make her a little more collected in terms of like the point of her shoulder, in terms of making her a little smoother in her joint work. I thought that the female here in the second hole, the red and white one, was one that was extremely high quality just from a skeletal perspective. I thought that one had a tremendous amount of reach and range of motion. I like the way that one carries her hind leg. It's so attractive to me, and the way she gets out and utilizes it, just extremely athletic. I thought that one's build and type and kind was really high quality. If you wanted to pick on her, I think at times she can get a little lazy and get a little miscombobulated, if you will, in her spine, but I certainly don't think that's anything to get too worked up over. I think as you analyze both of these pairs out here, it would be a true shame to not leave those two out of Class 2 together. That'll be your grand reserve. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Congratulations to our champion senior heifer calf entry 3353 CF Rosebud 3125, exhibited by Audrey Robertson. And reserve was the second out of that class, entry 2186 CF Mona Lisa 3131, exhibited by Michaela Sugg. Next in the ring will be, our Shorthorn ring will be our late summer yearling heifers.
In our Hereford ring, results of Class 2175 junior yearling females, February and age. First place will go to entry number 4119, exhibited by J.D. Painter. Second was 1897, that is Whitney Swaim. Third was 1669, shown by Chase Harward. Fourth is entry number 2909, that is Harrison Roberts. Fifth will be 2521, shown by Kenzie Hawkins. Sixth place is 2450, that is Ashley Demolay. Seventh is entry number 4524, shown by Cora Hawkins. And eighth place was 4943, shown by Alexis Cover. Now in the ring, we should have junior yearling females, January age.
Here's a female single entry over on our Shorthorn side, again, that I think is plenty bold in her center body. I think she's broody. She's really got a lot of mass to her from her skeleton, from her feature in terms of her feet and legs and skeleton. I think that one's just heavy boned and really heavy featured throughout the entirety. You know, if I wanted to clean that one up, I want to just make her a little shot smoother. She's a little rounder, a little bolder about the point of her shoulder. Want to make her go a little smoother off her hind too. Maybe clean up, some stuff there into her pole. But I certainly think that one's got a lot of good to her just in terms of being bold, robust, and throughout her width and dimension. Let's congratulate that young lady.
We'd still just keep finding, a lot of depth and quality in this Hereford show and cattle that have some good to them that go all the way down. But I think of a pretty dominant class winner here once again, and one that I think just brings some uniqueness to the table in terms of just how good that one is in terms of her body and good in terms of her structure. Yeah, she's a little plainer there about her head and neck, but like from the shoulder back, I think that's an awfully nice female that can do some really good things in terms of mating flexibility ability and what she brings to the table, because where she's good, I think that she's very, very good. Love the length of body, love the length of hip, very attractive in that hip and the set to her hind leg. Very nice female here to win this particular class. I like the heifer that comes in second in terms of just that mass and that body that she has. She's great in terms of her forerib and how that transitions to the center portion of her body and into her flank. She's a little further along for me in terms of conditioning and freshness. She's got just a shot more chest there and maybe a little shorter there about her face. But when you talk about just the basics of brood cow, I think that she's very good, and I think that she's a very logical second for me because she ties a lot of very nice things together. I think just right there in the center portion of her body, the way she transitions, forerib, center body, flank, hip, hind leg design, very, very, very nice. Next heifer that comes, great in terms of her structure. I like that about her, and how much reach that she has there off of her hind two. She's opened up in terms of some skeletal width. Just wish that we could piece that one together just a shot better and just, refine her there about her head and her neck and on the top side of her shoulder. But that one's got some extras in terms of stoutness of feature and stoutness of bone. Maybe just soften her up just a shot in her general makeup. Next heifer that comes in, certainly an easy fleshing one, probably a little plainer just in her appearance, a little shorter bodied, a little bit more compact, but one that you certainly like in terms of her fleshing ability as that goes. Next heifer here, good in terms of her body, a good cow, good in terms of her structure, just a little bit plainer in the way that she's made, a little plainer in her head shape and plainer there on the top side of her neck. Next heifer, good, long-bodied, got some growth and performance. Looks like that one will make a really nice cow. We need to tidy her up and just piece it all together. She doesn't, balance up as nice as some of these other heifers. Heifer that's going to round out the class, lean, fresh, very, youthful in her appearance. Just simply need more of that heifer. Good class. Once again, congratulations to those Hereford exhibitors.
Placings in Class 2176, the Junior Hereford Show. First place will go to entry number 5660, that is Piper Cease. Second place is 2720, McKaylee Forrest. Third, 3507, exhibited by Rebecca Van Camp. Fourth is 3021, that is Sophia Taylor. Fifth is entry number 3590, that is Gunnar Whitehead. Sixth was 5407, Riley Lancaster. Seventh is 435, that is Chloe Patrick. And that concludes the class. We are now ready for the selection of our junior yearling female and reserve.
Back again over here on our Shorthorns, and I think this one that wins up front again, sticking with skeletal integrity, I think she does so, and she does so quite handily. That's one for me that I think she's just assembled really nicely from the angle to her shoulder to the slope to her knee. Love her flexibility and utilization of her hind leg. I think that one's got some good muscling to her. It's longer and flatter and more maternal. Love her center body. Like the way that one blends from the backside of her shoulder into her heart and her forerib. Maybe if we wanted to pick on her, she got just a little bit of throat. We could trim her up in her chest floor ever so slightly, but still, that's getting critical of one that's got a lot of really good pieces to her. I think the young ladies that fall second's one that, for me, just a little more bolder, just in terms of out the entirety of her makeup. I think she's bigger footed, has a larger bone work. Certainly, I think that one for me, she just wants to get a little rounder off either end of her skeleton. I think we need to make that one go just a little bit better, shrink that tail head down in her, but certainly a really good type of female. Young ladies that comes next, that's one for me. She just gets too far outside of her skeleton off either end for me to be too comfortable with her. I think she's stout and she's broody and all that stuff, but I just want to square her up from her hooks to her pins and help her stay collected there in her skeleton when she gets out on the move, but still a lot of good parts and pieces found within that one. The young ladies that's going to round out our class, I think that one's for me. Is just too frail in her makeup. I think she's frail in her foot and her bone work. She needs some body and some added weight per day of age to really get up into this class and play. But I think that her makeup and her outline is still very good, and some time and maturity and days on feed is certainly going to do that one a lot of good for the young lady. Congratulations to all those young people.
Well, as we get these January, Februaries out here, once again, just a very good division, and saw a lot of good cattle in these respective classes, and like all day, I'm very happy when I get these class winners and respective seconds out here, because I think all four of these heifers certainly have quality and have some good. The heifer that wins that first class, wins that class just off of completeness, and the longer you study that one, there's a lot of things that you really like about her. I think one that's good in terms of her structure. I think her outline and just the way everything transitions and flows in that female is very, very good. I love that one just in her forerib and just, how genuine and true that she is there. And her advantages in the heifer that comes out of that second class, and she's without a doubt, she's more conservatively marked, and I like her eye pigment. Very good in that regard. Maybe a little flatter shouldered than the heifer that comes out of that second class. A very, very nice female that wins that first class. Now, this class winner that comes out of class 2, I think that there are some things that are just very hard to replicate in this female. I just love this one's body, and I love the added length of body and length of hip, and just how cool everything is there from a balance standpoint. Sure, she's a little bit, a little bigger headed, if you will, but for one that's got that much mass and stoutness, I think it fits her. I think she's good in terms of her structure and very sound in the way that she goes. A very, very nice heifer that just, I think, she's got just a pinch of shoulder and a little bit of boldness there, but from there back, I think that one is really, really hard to make and does some really, really neat things for me. The two respective class winners, they're good cattle. They're maybe just a little bit more compact in the way that they're built as comparison to these two class winners, but they're good, and they've certainly got some good pieces about them that these young people can go on and make tremendous cows and use to replicate and make the next generation. But it comes down to these two class winners for me. I think both of them are high quality. I think one's just a little bit more unique and a little bit harder to build. Young lady out of class 2, you're going to be our champion. Young man out of class 1, you'll be reserve.
We enter another drive here, division drive in the Shorthorn side, and I think that again, really good makeup. I like the representation certainly that we have out here. I think that young lady out of class 1 in this division is one that we liked, her broodiness and her boldness of rib and some muscling shape about her. I think that one for me is just one we need to clean up about her head and her skull, and particularly her poll. I think we need to set her back from the slope. From the point of her shoulder and set her back into her knee just to give her some extra set, some extra range of motion off her front end. I think that one maybe could go just a shot better off her hind two as well. I thought that the young man's red and white heifer was really high quality that comes out of class 2. That one's skeleton is impeccable, very, very good. Is she the highest tying or the freakiest fronted thing in the world? No, certainly. We could make her a little better there. We could clean her up a little bit in her chest floor, but you're talking about changing some things on a really, really high caliber type of female. I think as you start to analyze, and then second out of that particular class I thought was maybe a little more basic, but still I love that one's skeletal design. I loved her feet and legs, and then to top it all off, she still comes with some mass and some substance, especially there in her center body. on into her hip and into her quarter and stifle. I think all those things are really good about that pair of females. You know, as I get back and analyze them, I kind of think that my heart's lying here in Class 2. We'll leave those two together for your Grand and Reserve in this division. Congratulations to them.
Congratulations to our Shorthorn Champion Intermediate Heifer, entry 3270 LSF Cover Girl, exhibited by Grant Trevette. And your Reserve Champion Intermediate Heifer, CCS DLJ Myrtle Bow, exhibited by Reese 6. Now in the Shorthorn ring is our April Junior Yearling Heifers.
Once again, a very good class here, a good pair of heifers here that come out in this senior yearling group. And I like the heifer that's going to win this class just in terms of her leanness and her freshness. But with that, that's a longer bodied heifer that I think just offers more in terms of cow-like feature. Probably a little further along in terms of her gestation. Good in terms of her structure, good in terms of her look. Good class winner there for me. Very bold made heifer here that comes next, and I like that about her. And she's got some added foot size and some bone, but unfortunately she's just a little further along in her condition and just a little bit more compact in her general makeup. But a good pair of heifers. Congratulations to those two young ladies.
Results of Class 2179, our senior yearling female and also champion senior yearling will go to entry number 3025. That is MTM FRC S7 Naomi, exhibited by Amberlyn Christenberry. Second place and reserve senior champion female will be entry number 4186, shown by Erin Shriver. In our Junior Hereford show, we are now ready for selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion females. As they complete the lineup here for our Champion and Reserve Hereford females, we'd once again like to recognize our judge today, who is Mr. Garrett Lampy. He was raised in western Kansas on a registered Angus cattle operation, and through his life has shown extensively throughout the United States. He was a member of the nationally recognized livestock judging team at Butler Community College before attending Kansas State University. After college, he became the manager of Topline Farm in Illinois, a registered Angus and Red Angus farm that raised, showed, and sold many champions, as well as sold seed stock to progressive, registered, and commercial producers. After spending 13 years at top line, Garrett and his young family went out on their own to establish Lampe Cattle, where they run a small cow herd and breed, raise, and sell around 30 show heifers annually. Garrett is also a show feed specialist and cattle sales team lead for Early Bird Nutrition. He has served as a mentor to many juniors and their families, some who were just starting in 2014. Garrett was named the American Angus Association Herdsman of the Year and has judged cattle in junior and open shows locally and nationally in over 25 states. That includes the North American Exposition in Louisville, Kentucky, Cattlemen's Congress in Oklahoma City, and the American Royal in Kansas City. He's judged the National Junior Shorthorn Show and the National Junior Chianina Show. Garrett and his wife, Dr. Gretchen Lampe, live in Petersburg, Illinois, and they have 3 young sons, Weston 7, Grayson 5, and Braylon, who is 3. So we'd like to welcome Mr. Garrett Lampe and thank him for all of his efforts today.
Back over here, we keep moving along in our Shorthorn show, and I think, you know, this particular class, the numbers are small, but I still think there's a lot of quality. I gravitate to this young lady's female up top here. I think that one, just in terms of her range of motion and flexibility of her skeleton, I think that's kind of what separates her and sorts her to the top. But outside of that, she's certainly got a tremendous amount of boldness of rib. I love her depth of side. I think her muscle shape is really feminine, and she's got a lot of high volume of muscling. I think she stays very collected in her top line when we set her in motion. I think, you know, maybe if we wanted to tweak on this one, we could make her lengthen her out just in terms of her length of spine and perhaps even length of hip. But that's getting really, really picky on one that puts a lot of great things together. Young lady's white female that's going to come out here next. I think that one for me is I like her build and I like her design. I think she's level. I like how collected she stays in her spine and her top line when she gets set in motion. I think that, you know, when she gets out and moves, she's plenty athletic on the move, and I like her reach and her flex and her push there. Well, that one for me, I just think is one that's got to come with more center body. I think that you know, she's really wanting to read a little harsh when you analyze her in her forerib and back in the center part of her body, and maybe even lays a little flatter about her rib cage. I think that she's really nice in just the way how flat she lays from the slope of her shoulder. I like her length and extension of front end. I just would like to tweak her there at her center body to keep her moving on up the lineup. I think the young lady that comes next here, the white-legged female, is one that's nice. She's broody. She's massive. I like how much shape she has down her top, how bold she is there at her center body and her rib cage. I think all those things are really good about her. That one, for me, has just got to stay a little more collected when we get her out on the move. I think that one's I think that one, the way she gets out and moves, she wants to paddle off those rear two ever so slightly. I'd just like to change that motion and let her be a little more athletic and collected when she gets out on the move. But a really good fronted, good bodied, good broody type of female round out the bottom of our class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations to the winners in our April Junior Yearling Shorthorn Heifer class. First place went to entry 1904 HP Cindy Beauty 036L. She is exhibited by Peyton Davis. Second place was exhibited by Lana Miles, and third place by Sophia Meisner. Next into the ring is our March Junior Yearling Shorthorn Heifers.
And in our Hereford show, we are ready for the selection of our champion Hereford Junior female. In the ring, from our Spring Heifer division, we have entry number 4707. From our Junior Heifer Calf division, we have entry number 46601. Our Senior Heifer Calf division is represented by entry number 1636. Our Intermediate Yearling is entry number 3024. Our Spring Yearling female is entry number 3910. Our Junior Yearling is entry number 4660, and our Senior Yearling female is represented by entry number 3025. Our reserve line today will stand as entries number 2058, 413, 69. Our spring yearling female, I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers for you. I apologize. Our junior yearling female is entry number 4119, and our senior yearling is 4186. So ladies and gentlemen, could you please show your appreciation to these junior Hereford exhibitors and their champion lineup today.
Well, what a very, very good lineup of Hereford females, and very, very pleased with what came out here to represent these divisions and their respected reserves. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate these young people. I was pretty excited, like, when they called to come out and do Keystone, but then I've been out here a couple different times and judged the open shows, and hadn't done the junior show yet, but then when I saw that I was going to do the Herefords, I got pretty excited. I think this show has a tradition of having a very strong Hereford show. The breeders out here in this area always are very well represented at a national level, and I respect a lot of these cattle that are out here. I didn't grow up in the Hereford breed, but we have, over the last 5 or 6 years, we've got very heavily involved in raising some Herefords and marketing quite a few Herefords, and I truly do enjoy this breed, and when you just talk about the good that these cattle represent and what they can bring to the table, I think this breed's a lot of fun. And then when we can put them together and get these cattle presented right, I tell the guys, my brother-in-laws that I work with on a daily basis, that no, I'm probably not just the biggest Hereford lover in the world, but when you have a good one and you can get them presented right, I'm not sure that there's much that looks much better than them. And part of it's just the reward of the challenge. So very, very good lineup of heifers. And these two calves that come out of the calf division, I think are very good. And I think that they have a tremendous amount of future. But it's not your time yet, guys. Because once we get to Division 3, I think we get some big heifers out here that are very good. And I think bring some uniqueness and some things that are hard to do and yet still are good. And they're more ready, and it's their time to shine. So it's going to come down to some of these bigger heifers out here. But I've been very impressed. I've been very happy with this lineup. I know at times it took me a little bit to sort through them because I thought that they were that good, and I wanted to make sure that we get these cattle right. So if you would, you've been good all day over here on the Hereford side. Put your hands together and congratulate these young people. I'll show you the two that I like.
Back over here on the Shorthorn side, I think we'll keep moving along here. I find the young man, to the Rony-looking one, to go ahead and win. For that one, for me, just possesses the most quality in terms of structural integrity, in terms of build, look, and still having some substance and mass to him. I like that. I like that one. Slope to her shoulder, angle, set back to her knee. I love her hock and the way she gets around the ring. If I were to pick on that one, I just want to square her up ever so slightly off those rear two. When you step right in behind her, every once in a while she wants to kind of pull that hock in ever so slightly and maybe kind of set that leg out. I just like to square that up, but hey, that's something really, really minor on one built like that. Young ladies that's going to be second here, the red female, I think that's one for me, just pushing a little extra condition today. I think we need to I'd like to just freshen her up ever so slightly, especially there through her front end. And I think the center third of her body's really good. I like her depth. I like her uniformity. I like that. I'd like to maybe make her go just a little smoother off those rear two. But if we could do that, melt some condition off of her, I think that one's still got a lot of good left in her. Young lady that's gonna round out the bottom of her class, take nothing away from her. I think that female's build is plenty good. I think she's level in her top. I think there's some skeletal things, redeeming qualities within that female. That's just one for me. I don't think that way she gets out and goes, I'm quite comfortable enough with. She's missing some body. She's just to sum it up, we just need to make her a little less frail everywhere. If we could do that, I certainly think she could certainly play and move on up. Let's congratulate all those young people.
Of 23 daughters.
And in our junior Hereford show, congratulations, and grand champion will go to entry number 1636. That is GGSC Coral 103LET. She is a September 10th, 23 female, sired by Marksman and exhibited by Morgan Riley. Our reserve champion female, and congratulations, goes to entry number 4660. That is SSS FKKW 15U Oleana 303, a January 20th, 23 female, sired by the Prophet and exhibited by Piper Cease. Congratulations. The judge will now select our champion and reserve champion bred-and-owned females of our junior Hereford show.
Well, I think it's great to see so many come back out here to represent the bred and owned division of this Hereford show, because I made the comment several times about, cattle to make the next generation and that are going to go on and what we're trying to replicate. And so I believe in this bred and owned program wholeheartedly. We showed a lot of them, and no doubt that if we can keep the program rolling in the right direction on multiple breeds, that my boys will be very heavily involved in showing bred and owns. And so, to me, this is what it's all about. So, been great all day. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate these young people on the fruits of their labors.
Over here on our Shorthorn side, I think we have a pair of heifers here that are certainly quite different about their type and kind. I just felt like the roan type female up top was just overwhelming in terms of her substance, of her mass. I think, is she the perfect when she gets out and set in motion? No, I'd like to make her less restricted out of her hip and allow her to carry that fluidity of motion into her hind leg, certainly, but I think she's bold, she's robust in her center body. I think she's really good fronted and probably, the most show ring ready today in terms of condition and care and such as that. Young lady that comes out of the young lady that comes second, the red and white female, I think that's one that just wants to read a little frailer to us today. She's not as good there in her underline and in her depth of side, depth of body. I don't think she has quite as much, she's not as convex about her rib cage as compared to our class winner. But I still think, I don't have a problem with the way that one gets out and moves. I think she's got plenty of skeletal merit. I like her build. I like her design. We just need to keep feeding that one days on feed in order to make her more competitive. Let's congratulate both of those exhibitors.
In our Junior Hereford show, we would like to announce the winners of our champion bred and owned and reserve bred and owned females. Our champion bred and owned will go to Miss Lena May, and our reserve champion bred and owned female was Lucy Flynn. Congratulations.
I have a really bad habit of getting on a microphone and putting people to sleep, but I would really encourage you all to come back to the Shorthorn show because my, we've got an exceptional one at the top end of this class. I think that this class was really good quality from the start all the way down to the finish. You know, there's not one in here that I would say is necessarily bad cattle or anything like that. But the young man's red-necked female here, red-socked, whatever you want to describe her as, she's just in a whole different league of her own in my mind. That one is so well put together. She bounces so well from the side. She's up-headed, she's extended, but she's still so feminine about her neck and skull. I like the way that one fits together. She has so much reach and has so much motion off either end of her skeleton. I think that's incredibly good. She's so bold at the center part of her rib. She's got some muscle. She's level. She's extended. You know, maybe at times you just want to pick on that one. I caught her once or twice, maybe just not wanting to plant as square as she could in terms of her rear 2 feet. Maybe she could just plant and push just a notch square out there. But hey, that's extremely picky on such a high caliber type of female. That's not to take anything away from the young lady's red one in second. She simply just ran into a buzzsaw today. 9 times out of 10, you know, that one that goes somewhere, she's winning her class for sure, without a doubt. That thing is still so high quality. I think her feet and legs are tremendous. I think she's good in her rib cage. Just maybe not quite as much substance of bone as our class winner. Maybe just not quite some of the extras in terms of extra added depth of body and cage. But I think that female is still really high quality, still fits together and blends quite well. I think the young ladies that comes next out here is one that's still good cattle. Maybe if I'd tweak on that one, she wants to get outside of her skeleton off her rear 2. I think she's a little bold there at her shoulder. We need to smoothen her up from the back side of her shoulder into her heart and forerib. But the young lady gets her parked and gets her put together, and I think that one's still plenty good. You know, just in terms of overall look and presence and still having some substance and mass. We just got to get her to assemble just a notch better to move her on up the lineup. I think the young lady that's going to round out our lineup, again, really good cattle all the way down through. This is not bad cattle by any stretch of the imagination. That one, for me, wanted to read a little more upright in the angle to her shoulder. She wanted to be a little stronger in her knee. I just wanted to reassemble her whole front end and maybe construct that a little differently, maybe soften it up ever so slightly. That in comparison to her peers out here, I think I'd drop her down in her center body. I think given her size and maturity, you know, she's got enough, but does she have as much as her peers? I don't necessarily think so. But you talk about one that's still so good, so put together, so fresh, and so feminine. I think she does all those things quite well. A really tough class of Shorthorns. Let's congratulate those young people. here on the Shorthorn side in our division drive. I think there's plenty of quality throughout. Again, hopefully I've been able to stick through the same type, the same kind, and you've been able to follow me and my priorities here. I think, there's excellent cattle throughout the entirety of this lineup. If I'm being brutally honest with you and myself, back in my showing days, I would have been on cloud 9 to have gotten to drag around any one of these females out here. They're just really high quality. I think each and every young person out here should certainly be proud of their project. I think they're really good building blocks to take home and, to eventually kick out into with a donor pin or their placement pin, whatever it may be, and continue to build off of. We talked about that last class, and I may have kind of tipped my hand a little bit. While I think there's extremely good cattle throughout the entirety of the lineup, I thought that last class was just lights out. And I think there's two particular individuals coming out of that class that are just a cut above in terms of overall quality, presence, and all those priorities we talked about. That being said, we're going to leave those two together out of the last class. Congratulations to those young people.
Congratulations. Your champion junior heifer, Shorthorn heifer, is entry 245 CF Max Rosa TR, and that is your champion for your junior heifer division, And the reserve in that division is entry 649, shown by Charlotte Holland. We now need our late senior yearling heifer. We have one in this class.
Today we're ready to begin our Simmental genetics show in Ring 2. Currently in the ring at this time we have class number 2604, which is junior heifer calves, March and younger.
It's a really good way here to start off the SimGenetics show, and pair of heifers on the top side of this class that I think are extremely good in terms of their quality and their look and their balance. The heifer that I choose to start with, I think that one's just a bit more opened up and genuine there in her shape, particularly behind her shoulder and the way that she comes from her hooks to her pen. She stays a little squarer and truer there, particularly when we put the cattle in motion. I think both these heifers are good in terms of their structure. I just like the way that this one does it a little bit better by staying just a little stouter and square and more picked up there in her pen set. I like the design and just the leanness and freshness here of this heifer that's going to come in second. And I think that this one's tremendous in terms of her lower body shape and lower cavity there. As that one continues to grow and develop, we just need to continue to mass that one and stouten her up. Just give her a shot more there behind her blade and just stouten her up just a shot there like in her pen width, but a good outlined, good moving heifer there to go in second. The heifer that's going to come next, I think that this one's just better in her build. I think that she's more female-like in her characteristic and her muscle pattern. She's better at the ground when she hits the surface. She's just shot more comfortable there off of her hind two. To be more competitive in this class, we need to stouten that one up and give more just total body dimension to her. But a heifer that's got a bright future. She's young. She's youthful in her appearance. Very nice heifer there to go in third. Young man with the red baldy heifer that's going to round out the class certainly has an advantage in the heifer that goes out in front of him in terms of that mass and that power. But with that added mass, that one's just a little rounder in her general makeup, a little rounder in her muscle shape, a little rounder out of her hip. Good class to start off the Sim Solution show. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
Back over here in our Shorthorn show, we're prepping here to dive into our final drive of the breed, and I'm on cloud nine about what we have out here. I think that the quality is just second to none throughout the entirety of the lineup here. I think we have plenty of cattle that are, first and foremost sound. They have some center capacity and broodiness. I think they have the right type of muscle shape and have some skeletal width and overall dimension. Last but not least, it is show ring. We are tying it all together with a high quality look, and I'm just absolutely thrilled to death with the lineup that we have out here. I think as you dive into the cattle and talk about them a little bit, I think that the young man's out here at the top of the lineup, I think that thing is really, really good. I heard my counterpart, Mr. Lampy down there, talk about that, hey, those young ones are really good, maybe just not quite that one's time yet, and that's the way I feel about that one. As young man, you keep working, because that thing here in another year or so is going to be really, really deadly. Well, she's deadly now, but as she continues to age and mature, there's nothing but good days ahead for that one. That one's is extremely high quality, and I love that particular female. I think the young ladies that comes next is somewhat falls into that category, but she's a little more ready to go today. I think that one's skeleton was just impeccable. I really love that about her. I thought she was up-headed and extended. Maybe we just, as we get her out here amongst some other heavier body ones, I just maybe wish we could add some substance aside, but I still think I wouldn't trade that one's build and design and skeletal integrity for the world. I think the young man that comes next in the lineup here in the 3 holes, another one that is really good as well. Again, skeletal design, extremely, extremely good. Maybe one that just doesn't want to stay quite as together in her top line as some others. Maybe one that's got a scotch of chest. But boy, I think you start to break down fundamentals and place our priorities. That one's certainly got to be at the top of your list as well. And then we come last but not least to the young man in the cowboy hat, who rocks it very well, by the way. I'm really jealous of that. The young man with the red-necked female, I think that one's really, really good. I mean, I'm not a poker player for a reason. I kind of probably showed my hand in class, but that one's incredible on her feet and legs. I think she's got a tremendous amount of center body. She's just huge and massive, but the right kind. She's flat in her muscle. She's good in her center body. She has a high volume of muscling and dimension. I love all of those things about her. Last but not least, that young man gets her out there and gets her parked. She comes in an incredible, incredible package. You can't do anything else but go ahead and use that one to win. Congratulations to that young man.
just a single entry over here, February Sim Solution, and one that I think is very good. I think this one just reads tremendously in terms of her cow value and her maternal characteristic, just enormous bodied, great in terms of her structure. Very, very good single entry. Congratulations to you.
We bring a second out of that champions class in, and I thought that class was ultra competitive. There were really, really good ones throughout the entirety. You know, you get that one out here, and she certainly fits the mold that we've created as well, just in terms of cattle that are good in their skeleton, have some centered dimension and body, have some muscle shape, and tie it all together with a high-quality look. You get out here and you start to analyze them, and I think she fits the mold the next best. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Catching up here in our SimGenetics show, results of Class 2604. First place went to entry number 2321. That's exhibited by Zoe Baker. Second place was entry number 3437, shown by Alyssa Slimmer. Third place was 4593. That's Rylan Paul. And fifth place was entry number 5700, shown by Hunter Wood. Results of Class 605, Junior Heifer Calves, February in age. First place went to Miss Paisley Mumford with entry number 4418. Currently in the ring is Class 2606, Junior Heifer Calves, January in age.
Congratulations to our grand champion, Shorthorn heifer of the junior show, and that is entry 245, CF Max Rosa TR, exhibited by Baylor Cowden. And your reserve champion, Shorthorn heifer for the day, is entry 649, Midnight Perfect Queen 304, exhibited by Charlotte Holland. Congratulations. At this time, we are now selecting our champion and reserve champion, bred and owned, of the Shorthorn show.
This is a really good trio of heifers here, but I like this heifer that wins this class quite a bit. One that's young and juvenile and fresh in her appearance and very good in that regard, and yeah, very striking from the side. I think great in terms of her body and the way that everything hooks up there down low. She's good in terms of her structure. Very attractive, very flat-shouldered, very, very nice female here to win this particular class. The next heifer that comes out, I thought when they first walked in, I'm like, I can get behind this one in terms of just her structure. She's got some extras in terms of bone and foot size. Very good in that regard, and she gets out and she travels really well. In comparison, that one's just not as neat and tidy and as attractive and just put together and wedged in quite as nicely as that heifer that wins this class, but still a very nice heifer. Very youthful, juvenile-looking one here that comes in next, and I certainly like that about her. We could probably just free that one up just a shot on in the way that she handles her hind leg and just give her a bit more authority there. But she's a good-looking, attractive, well-bodied heifer. Very nice trio of heifers. Congratulations to them.
I think to echo what was said earlier, I think the bred and owned division is something that certainly not to be taken lightly. The only thing harder than getting these cattle out and exhibited is to actually make that plan through conception and get those cattle calved out and get them to this point. I mean, it's incredibly, incredibly tough to be a producer. So each and every one of you should be proud as can be for being able to have these, breed these, and to exhibit them. It's certain, like I said, it's not something to be taken lightly. I think it's a wonderful, wonderful program, and each and every one of you should have a lot of pride in your exhibit. For that being said, I'm not going to go through and talk them each individually. I'm just going to go through, take one last look, and get you a grand and reserve. Please help me in congratulating the young people.
Congratulations, our grand champion bred and owned heifer of the Shorthorn show is exhibited by Peyton Davis, and our reserve grand champion bred and owned heifer is exhibited by Michaela Sugg. We are now ready to start our Shorthorn Plus show.
This division's a very good way to start this Sim Solution show, and I think you get 3 class winners out here that, quite honestly, I like all 3 of them quite a bit, and I think that there's some differences in them and just kind of where they're at this stage, but 3 really nice heifers. I like the added foot size and bone that comes out of that first class winner. That one's got some extras, length of body, and very nice, very well put together. I think that heifer balances up extremely well. She's good in terms of her structure. Very, very solid class winner there that comes out of that first class. The heifer that comes out of class 2, I mean, this one in terms of comparing her to the heifers on either side of her, just overwhelming in terms of her mass and unrivaled in terms of just true skeletal width and how good that one is in that regard. I like this one in terms of her structure. I like this one in terms of her look, and just, we called that one, just a little cow in class, and I like a lot of things about that female. Just in comparison to those 2 heifers, I think she is a little further along, and time will tell, how management goes on this one, but she doesn't scare me, from that standpoint at this point, because I think that one is so good in terms of her mass and looseness of structure, big-bodied, very, very nice female. A little bit more youthful, a little more juvenile looking one, probably even a shot leaner that comes out of class 3, and I think that this one's build is really good, and she's not as massed up and powerful as some of the other heifers out here in this lineup, but I think the future projects very well for her. She's bendy in terms of her structure. She's really neat and attractive and flat-shouldered. I'd like to push her down just a little bit there in her tail head, but I like this heifer a good bit. Very good division of heifers. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate them. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
For Class 2609, late senior heifer calves.
We are now starting our Shorthorn Plus show, and our first class of the day is going to be our cow-calf pair.
We get started here in our Shorthorn Plus show with this first pair, and I think that, there is some redeeming pieces here. I think that the cow's certainly jet-fronted and really whistle-necked. I like that about her. I think she is getting leveler from her hooks to her pins. I think she's very adequate in her bone work. I certainly say that. We just, she wants to read the little harsher body for us. I think some time and maturity and days on feed, with both of these should certainly help. I just think that, there is some pieces to build off of, and young lady's got a nice project moving forward. Let's congratulate both of them.
Congratulations. Our winning cow-calf pair is entry 782, shown by Kenzie Pissell. Now in the ring is our March Junior Heifer calves.
I like this heifer that wins this class quite a bit. Talk about one that fits me very well from a composition standpoint, very good in terms of her structure. That one's not just the biggest footed and biggest legged one that we'll probably see all day, but it works very good for her. She's very feminine in her appearance. She's very ladylike there when you study her about her head and her neck and into her shoulder. Good bodied, good structured, very nice class winner. Out of this class. The heifer that comes next, very attractive in her look, long-bodied. I like that about her. She's good and long out of her hip. I wish that we could change that one just a little bit in the way that she goes and relax her, a bit there in her spine, and maybe even just pull her inside of herself just a little bit off of her hind leg. But that's a really attractive, very fresh, very good heifer in terms of presentation. I like the body and the mass in this heifer here that comes next. She's a little bit more moderately framed and probably pushing it in terms of condition for me is, you look at her there in her chest floor and on the top side of her neck, but that's a good bodied, good structured one to go ahead and there and go in third. Same thing kind of holds true for the next heifer. If we could lean this one up, I think I'd like her just a little bit more. If we could freshen her up and just tone everything down from a condition standpoint, because her body's good, her length of body's very good, her structure is acceptable. She's a little bolder in the way that she rolls out of that shoulder and maybe not just as attractive in the shape to her hind leg, but a heifer that fundamentally I think is very nice. Stout made heifer here that comes next, and she does have the extras in terms of foot size. She's got extras in terms of muscle shape and skeletal width. She's just a little harder in the way that she comes at us, a little harder in her forerib, tucked up just a bit there in her flank. Young lady that's going to round out the class, extremely long-bodied, attractive heifer. She's good in terms of her condition. Structurally, I just need to change that one on both sides of her skeleton and just soften her up. Good class of Simmental females. Congratulations again.
In our SimGenetics ring, results of Class 2609 late senior heifer calves. First place will go to entry number 1714, exhibited by Bella Snediger. Second place is 2004, shown by Mabel Smithson. Third place, 3274, that's Grant Trevette. Fourth is 3249, Annabelle Rapp. Fifth is entry number 3494, shown by Gavin Palmer. Sixth was 4615, shown by Addie Ray Bozeman. We are now ready for Class 2610. That will be your early senior heifer calves. They are September and October in age.
Once again, we find a really nice pair of heifers in this class, and the black heifer, I think that one just ties it all together in a lot more neater, more attractive package, especially there in her head shape and her trimness there in the base of her neck and into her chest. Heifer that's good in terms of her structure. Very nice heifer. The heifer that goes second, yep, she's got the advantage probably in just skeletal width and power, and probably even advantage just in softness of body, but with that one's just a little plainer. She's a little plainer there about her head shape and the top side of her neck and into her chest, and that one doesn't just reach her stride just with every step. And then when you put that she does, that she ducks her pins trying to get there, I'm more comfortable with the black heifer in terms of her build and in terms of her neatness and attractiveness. But a good pair of heifers. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Over here in our Shorthorn Plus side, we're going to keep rolling. I tend to gravitate to the young lady's black female just in terms of being futuristic and having the highest ceiling. I think that one's certainly got that for me. Is she perfect? No, I'd like to tidy her up in the point of her shoulder. I'd like to make her come back behind her shoulder and open up a little wider there as she expands into her rib cage, and maybe, even fill in right behind her shoulder there in her top line. But I'm going to chalk some of that up to being youthful, being skinny, and a lot of that's going to come with age and maturity. That one's so sound, so elegant, and so feminine in every shape of her body. Young lady's gold female that comes next is one I still like a great deal. I just think that maybe that one's a little earlier maturing, maybe a little more robust, or just maybe not quite as feminine and elegant as the female that's going to go ahead and win the class. But boy, there's still a ton of good in that one. She's up-headed, she's good-bodied, she's got a ton of muscle when you step in behind her. She's big-footed and boned. Maybe one that's just a little fatter-throated and doesn't tie as high in comparison to our class winner, but still a lot of good parts and pieces found within that one. I think the young lady's red roan female that's going to come next is one that's got plenty of good features to her. I think she's plenty sound when we get her out here on the move. She's huge-bodied, she's good-muscled, and she's good-looking when the young lady gets her stopped and gets her parked. That one, for me, just wants to read a little moderate in terms of her visual growth indicators, from the size of her cannon to the size of her center third of her body, giving her age and maturity. I'd like to just maybe tweak that to where maybe she's going to get just a notch bigger. She wants to get a little round, a little bold in the point of her shoulder. I'd like to clean that up too. Young lady's blue female that's going to come next, I think that one's really neat just from a collar scheme. That one is really neat with the white boots and the dark body, really bold in her center rib. I like all that. And really big in her pin set and big topped. I just like to change her in the way she goes. I'd like to make her freer moving out of her hip and hind leg, and I think maybe that's she's a little shorter coupled hip there. You know, I think that one maybe needs to be a little better bodied, more collected in her top line to move her on up any higher. And the young ladies that comes next, I think she's just lacking some weight per day of age in regards to her class peers. I think that she's sound, she's practical, really meat and potatoes type of female. We just need to give her some added age, condition, and extras to move her on up the lineup. Same thing could be said for the young lady that's going to round out the bottom of the class. You know, take nothing away from her and her work ethic and her project. She's doing a great job out here. I just think that one for me is just a little too frail, a little too far behind in terms of weight and age and condition in comparison to her class peers. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
We get out here in the second division of Sim Solutions, and 4 heifers that I think all offer some quality and some unique things as far as for breeding cattle. You know, the heifer that wins that first class just fits me very well from a composition standpoint, from a maturity standpoint. Very wedged in the way that everything just transitions and flows in that female. Very good at the point of her shoulder. She's great in terms of her body and her structure. I think that that's a very logical and an easy division winner for me in this particular lineup. Congratulations to you. I think then it gets a little bit interesting for reserve between the heifer that was second in class to her and the heifer that wins the second class. The heifer that comes in second there, like that one in terms of her look and her composition. I think that one's very striking there about her head and her neck. Very neat in that regard. She's good in terms of her bone work and pretty flexible even down low. It's, you know, in my problem with that one is just when we study her there in her spine. She wants to just be a little bit more rigid there, break in her loin ever so slightly and kind of come up in her tailhead, but her look on the standstill is very, very impressive. The heifer that comes out of the next class, yeah, while she's not just as neat and attractive as that heifer that now stands directly in front of her, I think that one's good in terms of her structure. I think that she pulls herself together very collectively on her top line when we ask the cattle to go. I think these 2 heifers are comparable in terms of their body shape and comparable in terms of their dimension. For me, I am just more comfortable with the heifer that comes out of the second class in the way that she handles her top line on the move. She'll be reserve in this division.
Single entry class here on the Shorthorn Plus side, not lacking in quality. I think this silhouette of this female is really good. She's up-headed and extended. She tips her nose down and ears forward. I certainly love that about her. I think she's good enough bodied given her age and maturity. I think, you know, a lot of the parts and pieces fit here. Would I like to make her softer off either end of her skeleton? Certainly. And as she gets out here and fights the halter, sometimes she wants to blow that loin up. I'd like to just settle that back into her a little bit. But certainly a really nice type of female. Let's congratulate that duo.
Catching you up on the Shorthorn Plus side of the ring. In our junior March heifer calf class, entries 982 LPW Beth Dutton was our winning entry, exhibited by Alexis Wright. Second place to Madeline Rhodes, third place to Emily Vance, fourth place to Taylor Hainsley, fifth place to Michaela Sugg, and sixth place to Kenzie Passau. In your February junior heifer calf class, your winning entry was 1088 Rosalie, exhibited by Remy Reich. At this time, we have our January heifer calves in the ring. We have 3 entries. Following this class, we will pick our junior heifer calf champion. Excuse me, there are 4 entries in this class.
In our SimGenetics show, congratulations, and our senior heifer calf champion will go to entry number 1714. That is WFS Miss Laney, exhibited by Bella Snediger. And reserve is entry number 4201. That is Dust Jolene Marcy, shown by Ashley Rossignol. Now in the ring, we are showing early summer yearling heifers, class 2614.
Lead off with the young man up front. I think that one is just has the most out there in terms of parts and pieces, yet still puts them all together the best for me. I think that one is good and flat in her blade. She's extended. She's good looking. She's ultra bold in the center body. I think she utilizes her feet and legs quite well. She's got some muscling when you analyze her from behind. Maybe if we were to get nitpicky on this one, we just want to pick her pin set up ever so slightly. Maybe at times she really wants to blow her loin up. I think I'd settle that, but that may be just, not having very many trips to town under her belt as well. But a really nice female to go ahead and win the class. Female in second, I think, is really high quality as well. You could make the argument maybe she's still just a notch more futuristic just in terms of her condition and her build. I think that one's really good and up-headed and extended. Maybe just not quite as bold and massive as that one that wins the class, but I think the right kind, the right build. She's so level in her spine. She's so collected when she gets out on the move. Maybe if you really want to get critical of that one, you just want to pull her apart in that lower third of her skeleton, make her a notch wider there. But hey, that's getting picky on a really, really high quality one with a big end point. I think the young lady's red and white female there in third is another one that's really good. I like that one in terms of her type and her kind. I think she's a notch longer in terms of her spine. I think maybe that one is continuing to develop. She might get some chest. She might be a little lower tying in comparison to some of her peers out here, but you talk about one that hits the fundamentals quite well just in terms of being sound and having good feet and legs, having a good feeding, easy doing appearance. I certainly think she's all those and ties it all together with a high quality look. I think the young lady that rounds out the bottom of our class with the black one, I think that one for me, she just wants to be a little down-headed and thicker-throated. She's got some roundness, some boldness to the point of her shoulder. She's a little hollow there at the center third of her body, but I think her feet and legs are plenty acceptable. Maybe at times she wants to get a little pointy there about her hock and her utilization there, but I still think that one's type and kind is very, very useful. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Yeah, I think this is a very good class of Sim Solution females, and a couple heifers up here on the top side of this class that I like quite a bit. And the heifer that leads off, I like a lot of things about this one. I talk about one that's just dense and round in terms of her body shape. I think she's great there in her underline. You know, she looks like she's going to have a nice udder one day. Love this one just in the hip and the design to her hip and her hind leg. Very attractive there. She's got added reach on the front side of her skeleton, and then I think that just that head and ear set there is just to die for. Sure, she's pushing a little bit just right there at the base of her chest, but I think that there's an awful lot of good in that female. Very, very high quality class winner. Young lady tells me this heifer's name is Roxy, and Roxy's pretty good, and I like so many things about this one. Added length of body, added, from the top side of her shoulder to her hip, she's really long in that. But with that added length of body, this one's so good in the transitions there in her forerib. She's great there. She's great in her flank. Good off of her hind leg. She's probably even just a shot stouter in her bone work and foot size than our class winner, but she's not as neat and she's not as attractive, and I prefer my class winner in just the shape and how she comes out from hooks to pins, but this red heifer is awfully nice. Very lean, very attractive heifer here that comes next, and I like that about her. You talk about one that's high quality in terms of her head shape and her female characteristic. I think that one's really good. Very good and flexible at the ground. Not as stout and powerful as some of them other heifers. Maybe doesn't just transition and flow quite as well as those other two that go directly in front of her, but a very, very nice heifer. Really a stout-made, powerful one here, and probably the heaviest in terms of her structure. Big feet, big legs in this female, and they work well. They bend and they flex and they go in the right direction. This heifer is very dense in terms of her body shape and great in terms of the spread that one gives you. Really round and bold there in the lower portion of her rib shape. Just a shot plainer in the way that she comes at us, just a little bit plainer there about her head and neck, but I think that one's got tremendous breeding value due to her extra stoutness and her added flexibility. This is a cool colored one here, and we're going to come in. This young man does a great job of showing this one and is taking very good care of this heifer this summer and this fall because her hair coat and presentation is on point. Unfortunately, I just got to change that one on both sides of her skeleton and relax her there in her shoulder and set her back in her knee and just let that one go with more freedom and ease. But a very high presented, great haired heifer. A very nice job that young man's doing. The next heifer that comes in, I think maybe has an advantage there in the heifer that precedes her in structure, but it's not like that she's 100 in that regard. Very attractive. She's long-bodied. She's good in terms of the fundamentals. Just wish that there was more of that heifer and more mass and more shape. heifer that's going to round out the class. Probably a little easier flushing than the heifer that precedes her, but we need to change that one on both sides of her skeleton. And just give her a shot more refinement. But a good class once again.
Back over here diving in our first drive, our Shorthorn Plus show. I think I like our lineup quite a bit. Just to talk very briefly and hit on some touch points, I think the young lady out the top with the black female, that one's ultra complete just in terms of I think the sky's the limit for that one. She's up-headed, she's extended, she's so feminine about her skull and her front end, yet so sleek. You know, she's got some point to her shoulder, and I wish she blended from the back side of her shoulder into her heart a little better. But again, we talked about that and coming together in her top line. I kind of chalk that up as immaturity. That thing is so skinny, but yet so good, and nothing but better days ahead. I think a lot of that's going to get corrected, as she continues to age and mature. The young lady's red and white one that comes out of Class 2 here, I think that one is good, the right type, the right kind. Maybe not the highest tying or the freakiest. Maybe one that needs to be a little softer off either end of her skeleton, but I still think her body, her shape, her dimension, all those things are quite good. Then we had the young man's out of Class 3, and I thought that one was just lights out good, just in terms of covering the fundamentals, yet having some extras to go with it. I think that one's sound. I love the bend to her knee. I love the flex to her hock, the way she gets out and goes. Maybe at times she wants to give us the illusion, if you will, that she wants to blow up that spine. I think that's just first time to town jitters. It really seems to be relaxing into her now, and she's very, very nice. That being said, you get out here and analyze. I think she kind of is the one that has to do it for me. Young man, you'll be the champion in this division. Congratulations. Young man that was second in that particular class, his heifer certainly giving him fits, but that's okay. He certainly gave me some looks over, even though she was fighting him. I told him to go ahead and stay parked there. That one was really high quality as well. I think the ceiling is nothing. Sky's the limit in that one. Her feet, her legs, all that's really good. I love her center body. Maybe just not quite as overwhelming in her mass as our division winner there, but still a really, really good female nonetheless. She'll be your reserve. Congratulations to that young man.
In our SimGenetics show, results of Class 2614. First place went to entry number 4769, and she will also be our champion intermediate heifer calf. Second place went to entry number 1595, shown by Macy Idle, and that will be your reserve intermediate heifer calf. Third place went to entry number 4762, shown by Kylie Berg. Fourth was 3057, that was Devontae Rarick. Fifth was entry 2911, shown by Kyle Reed. Sixth was 1988, that was Charlotte Smithson. And seventh place was 1253, shown by Mackenzie Umana. Now in the ring we have Class 2617. Those are April Junior yearlings.
Congratulations to in our Shorthorn, our division, Junior Heifer Calf Division champion is entry 3602. CF Max Rosa 425, exhibited by Grady McGrew. And a reserve in that division is entry 4225, CF Cherry 46 Primo. And that heifer is exhibited by Baylor Cowding. Congratulations. At this point, we have our late senior heifer calves in the ring. For those of you who may just be joining us, sorry, Judge Lampy, go ahead.
Very dominant class winner here in the Sim Solution side, and one that I think has some really unique pieces. I think this one's extremely attractive and high tying on the top side of her neck, and good in the way I like the way that she comes out of the back side of her blade up high, and has a little bit of flexibility and give there to her spine. Good in the way that she handles her hind leg, very attractive there. Looks like she's going to make a very nice cow. She's going to have a nice udder. Very dominant class winner here in this particular class. The red and white heifer here that comes next, she's going to move to the second hole just off of her soundness of structure. That one's moderate in terms of her frame size. She's easy fleshing. She's good in terms of her range of motion and flexibility. Yeah, she's a little plainer, but I think when you just talk about the basic fundamentals of a cow, I think that one's good, and I'm very comfortable with putting her there in the second hole. Young lady that's going to round out the class with the snip-nosed heifer, one that's attractive. She's got an advantage in leanness and probably neatness over the red and white heifer that goes second. Unfortunately, we just need to change the way that one goes on both sides of her skeleton, just free her up as we ask her to travel about the ring. Nice trio of Simmental heifers there.
Back here in the Shorthorn Plus ring, we keep moving on. Only two here, but I think the quality is still very good in both of these. That being said, I think the blue one just kind of has to win pretty demandingly in my mind. I think that thing is extremely high quality. I think her feet and legs are extremely good. I love that thing set to her knee and how much reach and flex that she has. She blends smooth into her shoulder. Maybe she's not just quite the fullest there at her heart. That doesn't bother me at all. I think her top line is so good. She's flexible. She's so good in her spine. She's so bold in her center body and rib cage. I love her stoutness when you get around behind her. I think it's the right type of stoutness for a female. And then, she ties it all together with just an impeccable look when the young lady gets her stopped. I think that one is incredibly high quality. That's not taking anything from the young lady with the red female. The red female is not bad cattle whatsoever. Is she as big-footed and big-boned, and does she have all the leg hair and the presentation that the blue one has? No, but if you dive in, I still really like this one. She's sound, she's functional about her type and her kind. I think that one is extremely, extremely useful, I think is the right word for her. She's sound, she's good-bodied, she's good-looking. She doesn't have a lot of the extras, but still plenty practical, plenty functional. Congratulations to that duo.
Results of Class 2617 April Junior Yearlings in our SimGenetics show. First place went to entry 1114. That's Brexton Gabriel. Second place was entry 1271. That was exhibited by Marley Kartz. And third was entry 2466, shown by Tucker Crest. Now we have our March Junior Yearlings in the ring.
Results in our late senior heifer calf class. Our first place entry was 1661 CF Margot 3140 Primo, exhibited by Piper Cates. Our second place heifer in that class was exhibited by Liliana Portwood. We're now evaluating our early senior heifer calves.
Single entry here in our Shorthorn Plus show, but that take nothing away from her. That's a really high quality one. I think she hits the fundamentals extremely well of being super loose off either end of her skeleton. I love her center body. I love her squareness of hip. She's got enough muscling for me. Maybe just, there at the center part of her quarter on down. Wish we could give her just a shot of explosion there. Maybe that one needs lengthened out for me from the top side of her shoulder into her pole. But I think that one's still really, really high quality and does a lot of things quite nicely. Let's congratulate that young man.
Very nice trio once again here, and two heifers that come to the top of this class. I like things about these heifers quite a bit. And the heifer that's going to lead off, there's just more extension in this female. She's longer bodied, she's longer in her neck. I like the shape of her head just a shot better. Very smooth and the way that everything transitions and flows. She's flat in her shoulder, she's good in her forerib, great there in the backside of her undercarriage. Very nice heifer. It gets out and travels with some freedom and some range of motion. I just love the added extension and length in this particular female. The heifer that comes next, probably just a shot denser bodied and even just a little denser all over. I don't think that she ties it all together quite as neat and quite as an attractive package as that heifer that's going to go ahead and precede her in class. Not that this one's short bodied, but just like in comparison, not as much length, not as much extension there. And every once in a while you'll catch her that she just doesn't completely want to fulfill that stride and reach to the full maximum there off of her hind two, but still a very high quality female, very well presented, very well shown. Young lady that's going to round out the class. This heifer's good in terms of her roundness of body and got some real rib shape and three-dimensional shape there out of, comes out with plenty of turn and curvature on the top side of her rib cage. She's good in terms of her bone work. Just wish we could piece this one together just a little bit better and just make her go with a little bit of more ease off of her hind two. She just wants to get outside of her skeleton ever so slightly, but still a good heifer. Congratulations, very nice trio of females.
We reach another division here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and I think, again, the numbers may be small, but I think there's a lot of quality out here. I think the young lady's blue heifer, she may be blue, but there wouldn't be very many days I'd go to the barn and feel sad to look at that one. I think that thing is incredible just in terms of her ring presence, her quality, her skeleton. She ties all those things together so well. She's so flexible off either end of her skeleton. She balances up really well. She has so much body. She has so much volume of muscling in terms of maternal shape. I just really, really think that one is extremely high quality. I think the young man's black female is really good as well. I think she certainly has an advantage just in terms of outline and scale. Maybe that one for me needs lengthened out from the top side of her shoulder into her poll. Maybe she needs to be, drop down in the center part of her body ever so slightly to match some of her counterparts out here. But I think in terms of fundamentals and having some skeletal integrity, having some width and dimension, she does those things quite well. That being said, as I go back and forth on these two, I just can't take my eyes off the blue one. She's going to be your grand. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
In our SimGenetics show, results of Class 2-116, the March Junior Yearlings, first place went to 2037. That was exhibited by Paisley Mumford. Second was 2378, exhibited by Kirsten Baker. And third was 1659, shown by Jillian Brown. Now in the ring, we have Class 2619, early Junior Yearling heifers, February in age.
The results of our Shorthorn Division Senior Heifer Calf. Our division winner is entry 1661, exhibited by Piper Cates, and that is CF Margie Primo. And your reserve is entry 4017, Ashton Baines. We are now selecting our late summer yearling heifer.
Back on the Shorthorn Plus side, single entry here. I think that one is, she's bold. She's cracked open throughout her skeleton. I think she's big pinned and big backed and has a ton of muscle about her. I think she's big footed and bone. For me, we just got to collect some things. I think she wants to get a little round off either end of her skeleton. For me, we need her to get out and go with a little more ease and comfort, especially in her hind two. Maybe drop her down in her flank to match her heart and the center part of her body, make all that blend together just a little better. But I still think that one's got a ton of mass, a ton of power, and some substance to her for the young man. Let's congratulate that duo.
Go ahead here and use heifer to win this class that I think is just more unique in her overall look and balance and attractiveness, and just gives you a shot more look of quality. I think that this heifer is extremely attractive about her head and her neck. I like the shape to her shoulder and how everything lays in there very nicely. Heifer that's very good in her top line, good in her hind leg. Very nice heifer here to win this particular class. Really an outstanding cow prospect, I think, that comes out here in 2, and one that's got plenty in terms of body, plenty in terms of feature. She's long-bodied, she's good in all those areas. I wish we could just make her a shot more attractive. She's just a little plainer in the shape to that chest and sternum, but a good sound-structured heifer that's got plenty of body. Make a really nice cow for that young man. The heifer that's going to round out the class, certainly good enough in terms of body and shape. Heifer that's deep-sided. She's got some added length and extension. I wish that we could just change the way that one hits the surface there off of her hind leg, and consequently that would probably help relax her a little bit there in her tail head when we put the cattle in motion. But she's got some attractiveness and she's got some body. Very nice heifer here to go third in this class. Good job. Congratulations to those young people.
Results of Class 2619 in our SimGenetics Junior Show. First place went to entry number 4824, exhibited by Riley Stockdale. Second place was entry number 3495, shown by Gavin Palmer. And third was entry 397, exhibited by Catherine Miller. Now in the ring we have our January junior yearlings.
Just 2 of them here in this class, but very easy and logical place for me to start. There's a lot of good to this heifer, and I think when you talk about one that's just built very nice and very good in terms of her body shape and her internal dimension, I like that. I love just the shape and the flexibility that this one gives you off of her hind leg. Very attractive in that area and good in terms of her body. Sure, she's got just a pinch right here under her chin, but everything else there I think is still very attractive. The top side of her neck's good, their shoulder's good. Very nice class winner here. The heifer that comes next, that one's stout and powerful and probably has that advantage in this particular class. Unfortunately, with that added stoutness, she's just a little coarser in the way that she's made and a little plainer in her overall makeup. Good pair of heifers. Congratulations to them.
Keep going here in our Shorthorn Plus show. I find another good blue one out here at the top of the class. I think that one for me just wins this class pretty demandingly from a quality and femininity standpoint. I think that one is ultra good in the way she blends from the base of her neck into her shoulder. I like the way she comes out behind. She's huge bodied. I love how convex she is about her cage. I love her depth of side. You analyze her, and she's deep in her quarter. I love all this, and so collected in her top line out on move. She's so sound, so elegant, so feminine, especially in comparison to her class peers. That's a really nice female to go ahead and win the class. I think the young lady here in second has one that's kind of on the other end of the spectrum. I don't want to quite call that one terminal in her appearance, but I don't know that she's quite as feminine and sleek in that regard. You know, I think that one from the fundamental standpoint, she is quite sound. I like the way she gets out and goes and how much reach and range of motion that she has. I just wish maybe she was a little taller, showed a little more signs of growth in her visual in her visual growth indicators, maybe a little flatter and smoother about her muscle shape, but still a high quality type of female. I think the young man's, you can certainly make the argument to switch that pair if you wanted. That one's certainly more elegant about her skull. I think she's flatter and smoother in her muscle. That one for me just wanted to get a little shorter strided. I didn't think she had quite enough reach off her front end for me, but certainly one that's feminine, elegant, good-bodied, and smooth and flat in her muscle. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
In our in our SimGenetics ring, our early junior yearling heifer, January in age, first place went to 4993. That is Mandy Holbert. And second went to 1242, shown by Cheyenne Arndt. Now we are selecting our junior heifer champion.
We reach another division here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and I think that, we've tried to stick with the same type, the same kind, and the same quality, doing our best to put, structure first and foremost, having some body, and then last but not least, tying it all together in a high-quality look. And I certainly think, there's great representation of them out here. As I look back and forth, my mind just keeps getting drawn back to that Class 2. That'll be your grand reserve for this division. Congratulations to those two young ladies. Back here in our Shorthorn Plus ring, I think that I gravitate towards maybe the slicker-haired black female, the young ladies up top. I think that one just more useful, more practical about her type and kind. I like her center body. I like her boldness of rib. I think her muscling's plenty adequate. Yeah, maybe I wish she'd maybe reach just a little more off those hind two, but I still think the way everything bounces and fits together in that one, from the slope to her shoulder to angle to her knee, her boldness, her rib, all those things, her capacity, I think I find that one to go ahead and win. The young lady's blue-necked one, or blue-marked one, however you want to put it, here in second. I think that one's a little bolder featured, anywhere from her feet and legs to her pin width and her back shape, all like that. I just wish that one maybe utilized her hock a little better. I wish she was a little smoother about her joints and maybe cleaner about her head and neck. But I still think that one's plenty bold and robust and has a ton of power within that particular female. Let's congratulate that pair of young ladies.
Once again, I think we find a very good division of Sim Solution females to come out here in these 4 class winners, and I think that there's good and there's differences all the way throughout this lineup, and quite honestly, probably as challenging as a group that I've had yet so far today to just figure out exactly where you want to land, because you tweak 1 or 2 things in several of these heifers, and maybe combine heifers, like we always talk about how handy that would be. I think it could be really interesting, because I like all 4 of these heifers. They're just different in the way that they're made, and maybe even the way that they're presented to us. The heifer that comes out of that first class, I think outside of her chest floor and where that sits, this heifer is extremely lean, and I think like just on the top side of her skeleton, that one's just very lean and very fresh in that regard. She's attractive. She's huge in the center portion of her body. She handles her hind leg really well. I like the udder structure in that female, but to be critical, like I just, that chest bothers me a shot. I'm not just in love to the shape to her shoulder and the way that transitions into her forerib, but I like her attractiveness, and I like her added length of body, and I like just how deep that one is right there in the center portion of her body, and how that transitions back into her flank and her udder. I think that's a very high quality female, just a few tweaks and few changes there. I like this heifer a bunch that came out of the second class, and one that, maybe not overwhelming in any certain area, but very complete and very good. I love this one's length of body. I think that she's attractive. I think she looks like a female. I think she's good in terms of her structure and has some flexibility and some range of motion. She's not the stoutest one out here in this particular lineup, and she's not the stoutest in terms of just skeletal width or stoutness of feature and extras in terms of bone, but I think one that's very attractive, very ladylike in her characteristic. I think that heifer balances up extremely well. I think, a heifer that offers a lot of breeding and mating flexibility, because I think there are animals out there that can stouten this one up because she is attractive and she is good structured. The next heifer here that comes, there's some things that I really like about this one, and I think that this heifer combines several really nice things. I think she's probably the most unique in terms of the shape to her head and her attractiveness there. I think she's good in terms of her composition. I think this one's good in terms of her structure. She probably is the stoutest of this foursome of heifers that's out here in terms of just skeletal width and dimension and shape. Compared to some of the other cattle, is she the deepest bodied and just the biggest ribbed? No, but I still think that there's plenty to that one. I don't think that one's hard or harsh by any stretch of the imagination. I think that's a really neat female. A heifer that comes out of the last class, she probably is just the biggest in terms of her rib cage, but she's also with that, she's just a little bit more moderate. I like this heifer a bunch from the side, and we talk about, cattle that have some flex and some give to their spine. I think that she's very good there. She's very attractive in the shape to her hip and her hind leg. We commented in class, she's got just a little bit of throat right here, just a little bit there at the base of her chest. And then when we step directly in behind the cattle, I think that's probably the one that's the flattest to me, just in the way that she comes from her hooks to her pins and even down to her hock. She's just a little flatter and narrower there, but still, I love just the maternal look that one gives you, the body, the shape. Guys, I think this is a tough decision, and I'll be honest, I haven't 100% made up my mind exactly what I'm going to do. So if you would, put your hands together and congratulate these young people. Really a very good division of Sim Solution females.
Keep trucking along here in our Shorthorn Plus show. We enter into yet another class, and I find this black female to win so and do so rather handily. That one is really, really high quality. I think from her depth of body to her boldness of rib, how much muscle is in that one. That one's really cracked open throughout her skeletal width, but I think her muscling is still plenty proportionate and appropriate, just in being longer, flatter, and smoother. I think that one's ultra good looking. When you analyze her on the profile, everything fits and blends together. She sits at the top side of her shoulder quite nicely. Now, if I were to tweak on that one, I think maybe she wants to get just a notch more bold in her shoulder, and I think it kind of affects the way she moves off that front end once in a while. It's nothing atrocious, and it's being really, really picky of a really good one. But that one is extremely high quality. I think the young man's red female here in second is one that just more practical about its type and kind in comparison to the two left out here. I think maybe that one's not pushing quite as much condition. She's good in her body, good in her muscle. I think the young lady's roan that comes, that's going to round out the bottom of our class is one that's, good in terms of her center body, just pushing a lot of extra condition today, and it's causing her to get off on either end of her skeleton. We just got to clean that up to move her on up the lineup. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Single entry here, young man has a really, really good one he brought to us. Is she, the most exotic up front or have the biggest, trickiest pieces? No, absolutely not. But I think just in terms of being functional about her type and kind and having some extras, I certainly think she does that. Her range of motion so good. She's good in her body. I love her utilization of hind leg. Like I said, she's not the longest fronted, but she's certainly not short either. She's plenty adequate in that regard. I love her length of spine, her length of hip, the way everything goes and blends together. You get around behind her, she's quite bold about that rib cage and has plenty enough muscling for me. I think that one's really high quality. Congratulations to that young man.
Congratulations, and champion junior heifer in our SimGenetics show is going to go to entry number 2037. That's AHTHJH All on Black, exhibited by Paisley Mumford. And reserve is going to be entry number 4824, shown by Riley Stockdale.
mentioned earlier I was pretty good at lulling people to sleep on the microphone, but again, I'd encourage you to tune back into the Shorthorn Plus show over here because though there may be only 2 head out here, I would challenge you that this is the deepest class we've seen today, just in terms of overall quality and presence. For me, though, I think the young lady up top, that one just has to win in such a demanding way. That thing is so good in terms of her overall balance and presence, yet she's so big in her foot size and her bone size, and even in her body and her muscle shape. Everything balances and fits together. It's so unique when one can be built that stout and have that many big pieces, but yet be assembled so nicely together. That heifer is incredibly high quality. I really, really like that one to win the class. Young ladies that's going to be second here in this class, I think fits her rather well. I mean, that one's really, really nice as well. You know, does she maybe have, at times, do I wish maybe she reached just a little better off her front end? Yeah, I won't argue with that at all. But I think, again, in terms of balance and presence and all those things, that one has it. Now, maybe is she as long and extended the top side of her shoulder as our class winner? No, but I think that one is huge middled. She's good muscled and really, really good on her feet and legs. Just a really nice, logical pair here that's going to be interesting moving forward. Let's congratulate both of those exhibitors.
Well, we've had good crowd participation over here on this side all morning, so if you would, like you've done multiple times today, put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. I think a very nice lineup of Sim Solution females and females that I think, there's some differences inside of these cattle, and maybe they don't come in exactly the same shape and form all the way throughout this lineup, but at times, maybe just had to sacrifice a little bit in terms of power to get the ones that I like in terms of build and structure, and you still have some look, maybe not all the time is just as powerful as I like them, but very good in terms of their structure and very good in terms of their cow-like feature, and ones that I think will make tremendous cows for these young people. I think you can make a case for all 4 of these heifers out here, and just where you want to land and how you see them today. But very nice lineup of females. Once again, congratulate these young people. Very, very nice lineup.
Back over here on our Shorthorn Plus side, as we get into our big division here, I think that the lineup and the quality is absolutely tremendous. So if you would, please join me in congratulating these young people on a job well done. This is an outstanding lineup. I think that there's so many different ways and things you can do out here. The cattle are exceptionally high quality, and they certainly speak for themselves. Like I said, I'm not going to go back through and talk about each and every one of them. We certainly have a grand drive left to do. But as I get out here, there's certainly one thing that I think that you have to do, keep getting drawn back to. The young lady out of Class 4, she's going to be your champion. That one wins in a pretty demanding way. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, and grand champion in our SimGenetics show went to entry number 2037. That is AHTHJH, all on black. She is a March 15th, 23 female, sired by Gateway Follow Me and exhibited by Paisley Mumford. And your reserve grand champion female is entry number 4769. That is Lucky Star 302L, a May 7th, 23 female, sired by Rocking P Private Stock and exhibited by Ava Marino. Congratulations.
Once again, like we talked about in the Hereford lineup when we got these bred knowns out here, just how good and how important I think that it is to come out here and showcase what these young people are raising and doing inside their own operations, and hopefully they'll continue as they get into adulthood and continue to raise cattle and help out our industry. So very nice group of three that comes out here to be selected for your champion and reserve bred known. I like these two calves quite a bit earlier in the day, and that's going to hold true. Young lady that comes, or that's in the second spot, she's going to be your bred known champion. Young lady, you're going to be reserve.
Congratulations in our SimGenetics show to our champion bred known female, exhibited by Emma Woodard, and our reserve champion was exhibited by Alyssa Swimmer.
Well, if you will, go ahead and put your hands together here and congratulate these young people for such an accomplishment. I think that this lineup of cattle is absolutely second to none. It's lights out here, and like I made the comment earlier that back in my days of showing, I would have been absolutely as proud as could be to have been able to drag any one of these around. And I certainly think as young people, you should be extremely proud of your projects. I mentioned earlier about this doesn't happen by yourself. So as you go home or as you leave today, make sure you thank the people that got you here. I can't say that enough. And though maybe sometimes it goes unsaid, I think they certainly appreciate that. To dive back into the cattle here, I think we have, like I said, an outstanding lineup. I think our one out the top of the lineup here, the young man in the cowboy hat, I think that one is really good just in terms of her boldness of body, in terms of her makeup. I love her feet and legs. Maybe that one wants to read to us a shot quicker just overall in terms of how bold and robust she is in her center body in relation to her maturity and her size. Maybe every once in a while that top line wants to come up out of her, but I still think that one's extremely high quality. Young lady's blue one's one that I absolutely loved. I think the feet and legs are impeccable on that one. I think that one's got a absolutely tremendous look. I think that her boldness of cage, her depth of body, all those things are really good. Obviously, she needs to continue to age and mature to come into herself and be like some of these other ones out here. But I think that that heifer is extremely high quality. Yeah, then we found ourselves with another blue one here as we move back to the 3-hole. I think this one's a little more basic in her build. I love how flat she is in her blade, and she comes out really smooth behind her shoulder. Like her depth of body, her uniformity underline. I think her feet and legs are plenty good enough for me. Maybe that one just wants to come apart in her top line every once in a while. Maybe that one isn't quite as wild up front as some of these other ones. But I still think her build, her type, and her kind is extremely good. And then we fall to the young lady out here in the 4-hole, excuse me. I think that thing is extremely good. That one is so unique by how many pieces, big league pieces, you're able to assemble, yet everything flows and bounces and goes so well. That thing is wild looking up front. She's so bold and convex about the center part of her cage. You get around behind her, she's plenty stout. Her feet and legs are as big as saucers. They're huge. And yet you get her out here and she still maintains such a feminine, high-quality look. I think anything but to use that one to win would be a travesty. Congratulations to that young lady. I think the race for reserve gets pretty tight, and I'll just kind of let you know where my mind is. We bring the second place out of that champion class, and I think that one, out of that division, I think that one is still really high-quality cattle. She's got, maybe a shot at chest. I mentioned, maybe she's got an element of shoulder to her, but that thing is so square and so boxy and chock full, so full of real-world dimension, and especially as you get down into her stifle. I like a lot of things about her. My mind, I'm kind of back and forth between this one, and I mentioned loving the young lady's blue one out of out of Division 2 so much. But as I wrestle back and forth, as high quality as that one is, maybe just not quite that one's time to shine quite yet. Young man, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, your grand champion heifer of your Shorthorn Plus heifer show is entry 1893. Schaefer Tice, called Dream of Me, exhibited by Whitney Swam. And your reserve grand champion is entry 358 AGRF Lady May 169L, exhibited by Emily Kramer. I'm sorry. Your reserve grand champion female is entry 1155 JF Maxed Control, exhibited by Carter Wickert. My apologies. We will now select our grand of the bred and owned exhibitions. So we're picking a grand and a reserve champion of our bred and owned entries.
I'll go ahead and echo some things that I mentioned earlier about the Bred and Owned show. I think that it's one of the best programs we have. I unfortunately, when I was growing up and showing, I was unable to participate in that as we just didn't have the build and the infrastructure. Our operation wasn't quite set up to do that. So I commend each and every one of you out here for having that drive, having that passion to go the extra mile, not just exhibiting an animal, but certainly taking it to the next level and producing that yourself. If you listen to any of the Grand Drive or any of the drives for that matter, you probably know exactly where I'm headed to. I think there's one individual out here that's absolutely outstanding. The young lady with the blue heifer, she'll be grand. Young lady back here with the gold, she'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
The champion bred and owned. I'm sorry, Judge Lampy, go ahead.
Really a good, big, deep class over here to start off your purebred Simmental division, and I think there's some high-quality cattle that have some very nice pieces on down this lineup. But with that said, the heifer that wins this class hit me hard and kind of a no-doubter for me. I think that this heifer has a tremendous future. I think extremely bendy and flexible in her skeleton. She handles her top line very good. She's great at the ground in terms of her running gear. She's attractive, sure. She's got just a little bit of skin there at the base of her neck, but she's thin-necked, she's up-headed, she's high-tying, and very good structured, and a very easy and a good place for me to go ahead and start. Congratulations to you. The red baldy heifer here that's going to come next, maybe doesn't have the extras in terms of bells of whistles, and maybe not as eccentric as some of the cattle that we've seen today, but I do think that she is the second best in her build. She doesn't have just the extras in terms of foot size and bone, but that's a long-bodied, good structured heifer that's very good in her body depth and very good in her composition and maturity at this stage of the game. Very nice heifer there to go into second hole. I wish this heifer here, and I'm sure the young lady would agree, would probably cooperate just a little bit better, because I think there's some really neat pieces in this one. And talk about cattle at a young age that have some true skeletal width and some shape. I think that she fits me very good. Unfortunately, partially probably due to just her attitude, she's just not wanting to handle her hind leg as good as she needs to, and she wants to come up in her spine when we ask the cattle to go. But I think you stick with that one. I think that she'll be really nice on down in the future. A little bit more moderate framed heifer here that comes next, and I love this one, like just at the top side of her shoulder all the way out through her hip. I wish we could shove that tail head down in her just a little bit, but she's very attractive. She's very neat in the way that she put together. I like where she's at from a maturity standpoint. My biggest thing is I just want to relax that one a little bit up front and just give her a little bit shot of range of motion up there, but a very nice baldy heifer there to go into that place. Very juvenile, very lean appearing heifer here that comes next, one that has some shape and some dimension. We just need her to tie it all together in a little bit smoother a package, but I think as that one continues to grow and develop, I think she's got a future to put some very nice things together. A little harder bodied here, one that comes in next, a little just more streamlined in the shape to that belly, especially down low, but she's got some foot size and she's got some bone. If we just make her a shot more attractive, soft excuse me, soften her up just a little bit. I think that she can be more competitive. This heifer's pretty stout here that comes next, and one that's got some shape, and she's got some muscle, and got some back shape to her. Unfortunately, that kind of just works to her disadvantage a little bit because she's just a little rounder in the way that she's made. She's a little rounder out of her hip, a little rounder there at the base of her shoulder. Next heifer here coming in, kind of same mold as that one that precedes her. That one's got some shape, that one's got a big old back in her and a big old loin. With that, she too is just a little bit round. She's a little smaller and more compact than what you find is ideal, but one that's attractive, and like I said, she's got some shape and she's got some true power and dimension to her. Young lady with the baldy heifer that's going to round out the class, very attractive, long-sided heifer. I like the way this one's assembled there on the top side of her neck, and very attractive there about her head. Unfortunately, just need to have more of that one at this stage of the game.
Over here on the other side, we get our Limousin show kicked off, and I think that the young man's brought us a really, really good one. Might be a single entry, but I think the quality is extremely high in this one. I love that one's skull and just how feminine she is through her front 1/3 within the given breed. I think she's so sleek and elegant up front. I love that one's how bold she is in her cage, her depth of side and body, and just how much muscle and skeletal width and dimension that one has at this point in the game. All of it's correct, but yet good. If I were to pick on this one, I think, maybe she wants to get a little off right in behind her shoulder. She needs to fill out in her heart right in behind her shoulder a little better. That's something that comes with time and age and maturity. There's certainly room to get better there. I think that one's extremely high quality. Please help me in congratulating that young man.
In our Simmental ring, results of Class 2554 Junior Heifer Calves. First place went to entry number 3374. That's Grady McGrew. Second place is entry number 3423, Carter Brown. Third is 4571, Kelsey Broughton. Fourth, 3414, also Carter Brown. Fifth is 3433, shown by Carter Brown. Sixth is 3419, also Carter Brown. Seventh is 4509, shown by Grant Pyra. And eighth is entry number 3306, who's Annabelle Rapp. We're now showing our February heifer calves.
Over in our Limousin ring, the results of our Class 2255 Junior Heifer Calves for February 2024. First place to Connor London, entry 2713, CLAC Marley 264M. Now in the ring is our January Junior Heifer Calf class.
I like this female to go ahead and win the class. I think she's up-headed and extended. I think that one's skeletal integrity is second to none. The way she gets out, she has plenty of reach off her front end. She kind of floats as she goes around the ring. I really, really like that. I think that one's build's really nice, and she's still a shot skinny yet. For as much body and substance that she does have. I think the build is there for that one to get really, really good one day, just maybe lacking some overall substance just due to conditioning and maturity. But hey, that's yet to come. Really, really high quality one to go ahead and start the class. That's not taking anything away from the young man's in second. I think that one maybe has the class advantage just in terms of being bolder there at the center part of her body, maybe having a shot more to her. just one for me. Maybe I need that one to use her hind leg a little more comfortably. I need her a little more extended out of the top side of her shoulder and longer from the top of her shoulder into her poll. But I think the rest of that female is really, really nice. Let's congratulate both of those exhibitors.
I think once again a really good class here, and I like this baldy white-legged heifer here that I'm going to start with, and I like this heifer tremendously on the move. I think when you study her angles down low and her reach and her flexibility, yeah, you got her, bud. I think that heifer just excels in this particular lineup. Sure, I would like to relax that one just a little bit in her spine, but that one's awfully green at this stage. And in fact, I would venture just to go ahead and call that one pretty skinny. So I think that'll all kind of smooth up as she continues to mature and put on a little bit of weight because her body shape's good, and like I said, her undercarriage in terms of the way that she handles her feet and legs, very, very good, and all the angles read very futuristic there. I think as this one continues to grow and develop, I think that she'll make a really nice yearling next year. Very nice heifer here to win this particular class. Sure, the heifer that comes in next is a little stouter. She's a little further along in terms of her condition. Maybe doesn't just give you that's quite as neat and attractive look as that heifer that's going to go ahead and win the class, and I wish we could just get this one to handle her hind leg with just a shot more authority. It reads like that it's just going to probably get just a shot straighter there in her hock as you progress that one out into the future, but I like that one in terms of her mass and her density. I like her added skeletal width. Very nice heifer there to go in second. The baldy heifer that's going to come next, probably the furthest along in terms of her condition and where she's at right now, and I like some things about her. I love that one in her forerib, and I like her in her center body. She's good enough in her structure. Honestly, to me, that one just reads that she's going to be a shot quick and a little bit small as we project them out, but I do like the way that one's constructed in her top line, and I like her added density right now. Young man, it's going to round out the class. This is the other really skinny green heifer of the class, and I think, I like that when you talk about the future in them. I wish that we could just assemble this one better on the front side of her skeleton. She's just plenty forward there in her knee for me, just being a shot narrow gauged, but a good foursome of heifers here. Congratulations to those young people.
Back here in the Limousin ring as we enter into our first division drive here, I think we have a couple of class winners out here that are extremely high quality, maybe different types, different kinds, and different stages of their lives, but I still think that each of these two are really, really nice. The young man's female, I think, is one that it's extremely high quality. I think that one's more stouter featured just throughout the entirety of her skeleton. I think her size of her foot, size of her bone, just a shot bolder in comparison to some of the other ones out here. I like that one's body. I like her muscle shape, and she is ultra good looking when the young man gets her parked. If I could tweak on that one, I want to make her just a little fuller in behind her shoulder, maybe want her to carry just a little more dimension up high in her top shape right in behind her shoulder. But again, I think with some time and maturity, all those things will come together. I think the young ladies that comes out of class 2 is one that's certainly a little larger about her scale and her type. That one's ultra skinny today. I think there's continuation of good things to come with that one, but she's the right build to do it. I think that thing is so good in the way she sets back in her knee and the way she reaches off her front end and the way she utilizes her hind leg. I think her skeleton's really square as you analyze her from behind, just in terms of her pin width and base width and all those types of things, and still plenty good enough looking. As you kind of back off and you start to study these two and different types and different kinds. I think there's one that leads to me that she's, one, she's more ready today, and two, I think the ceiling might be just a notch higher in that one. That's going to be the young man at the top of the class out of Class 1. Young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
As we get into 2 January heifer calves here, the Baldy female that I'm going to start with, admittedly, she's probably not the biggest and most powerful that you'll see in a January division, but I think this one's build is really good, and I appreciate where she's at in terms of her juvenile look and her youthfulness and her freshness. That one's got some genuine, just great shape to her lower body. She's very attractive in the way that she handles her hind legs. She's got some strength there. Very nice female. Congratulations to you, young lady. Yes, without a doubt, the heifer that does come here in second is probably heavier and more advanced in terms of her weight and her maturity at this stage of the game, and I like that. And I like this heifer's extra stoutness and stoutness of skeleton and width. Unfortunately, that one's just a little coarser in the way that she's made, not as attractive in the way that she handles her hip and hind leg.
Here, another single entry here in our Limousin ring, and I think, just adequate and practical is kind of how I'd summarize this one up. I think she's adequate in her structure, in her body, in her look, all those types of things. Maybe that one's a little lower tying. She's got some neck, she's got some chest, but I still think that one's plenty useful. She's not bad cattle by any stretch of the imagination, and just she has capacity, she has some muscling, and I think she's plenty adequate in her structure. Let's congratulate that young man.
In our SimGenetics ring, we're going to do a little catch-up here. Class 2555. First place went to entry number 3496. That's Gavin Palmer. Second place, 4613, shown by Addie Ray Bozeman. Third place was 1509. That was Avery Young. And fourth place was entry 3410, exhibited by Carter Brown. The results of Class 2556, Junior Heifers January age. First place was 4238, second place was 4510, and we are now selecting our Junior Heifer Calf Champion and Reserve.
Some results from our Limousin ring. Our Junior Heifer Calf class of January's first place went to Zoe Baker, entry 2017, Winslow's Buckle Up Girl, and second to Triton Crispin, entry 4922, SKSW MS Larissa, 401MET. Our champion Junior Heifer Calf was entry 2713 from Connor London, and our reserve champion was entry 2017 from Zoe Baker. Results of Class 2259, our late senior heifer calf class. First place went to entry 2868 of Travis Sadowski, Fig ET. Now in the ring is Class 2260, early senior heifer calves.
As we get ready here for your first division here in your purebred Simmental show, they said there's like 36 of these purebreds, and I feel like we got through about half of them already. And it's been a very good division. I think fine cattle that were good in their structure and find some cattle that are still youthful and juvenile in their appearance. I certainly appreciate that. There's some neat pieces out here, and the heifer that wins that first class does a lot of very good things for me in terms of her structure. I think that one's extra flexible on both sides of her skeleton. She's got some extra give there in her spine, and yet, very attractive and very good in the way that she's built in her body cavity, and has some true shape to that and some curvature there to that lower rib, and very youthful and very fresh, and I certainly appreciate that female a good bit. The kind of baldy-headed, white-legged one here that comes out of the second class, that one's probably the biggest out here in terms of size and scale, but I don't think that one's out of bounds by any stretch, because I think that she's very attractive, and I think she looks like a young heifer, very green in her appearance. We called that one skinny in class, and she's still probably the leanest of the trio of heifers that win their class. And I like this one's build. I love her down low and just how much range and flex and motion that she does down there. We talked about maybe we'd like to relax that one just a little bit in her spine, and that still holds true, but I still think that the future reads very, very good in that female. A January heifer that came out of the last class, probably in terms of weight and performance, she's probably, kind of the odd one out in terms of where she's at in size, but I still think, that there's plenty to that one, and I think that there's plenty enough to that one, for a January calf, and I like this one's build as well. I like the way that she's, hooked up down low. She's got some extra bend and some extra give there. Maybe she doesn't just tie it all together as quite as neat and attractive package as those two heifers that stand directly in front of her, but one that I think is awfully, awfully nice, and I think that one, too, projects to make a very nice yearling on down the road. If you would, you've been good all day. Put your hands together and congratulate these young people. Really good division of some purebred Simmentals.
Back over here in our Limousin ring, I tend to gravitate to the young. I tend to gravitate to the young ladies up top. I think that one just overall is a little softer in her build. I love that one's structure in her hind leg. I think she's a shot more extended up through that front 1/3, just longer from the top side of her shoulder up to her pole. I like that. I think she's better in her flank and balances up a shot nicer in her underline than our other one out here. If I were to pick on this one, I just wish that one would stay assembled in her top line a little better. She wants to open up there at the top side of her shoulder ever so slightly at times. I wish we could push that point of her shoulder back into her. She wants to go a little forward there once in a while. But I still think overall, compositionally, I tend to gravitate towards that particular female. That's not taking anything away from the young ladies in second. I think that one's maybe just a little lower headed and more down fronted, but that one from its shoulders back is still plenty nice. She's bold in her center body. She's good, excellent in her depth of body. I love that one's muscling, the way she gets around the lower portion of her quarter and how much muscle she has at the lower part of her skeleton. I think all those things are really, really nice. Let's congratulate that pair of young ladies.
In the Limousin ring, results of Class 2260 Early Senior Heifer Calves. First place went to Siddeley Portwood, entry 2205, TASF Lady Gaga, and second to Kendallin Portwood, entry 2200, TASF Licorice. We are now in our Champion Senior Heifer Calf Drive.
Just a November single entry here, and one that I like in terms of her body depth, and one that's built very good there in her forerib and into her flank. Good level top line in this one. I think she's attractive and fresh at this stage of the game. Maybe not just the most aesthetically pleasing there in the way that she sets there on her hind leg, but it's functional and it works. Very nice heifer, very nice single entry.
we roll into another division drive here in our Limousin show, and I think that, again, we've stuck with our priorities. We have similar types and kinds, at least from a priority standpoint. I think as you start to analyze these two back and forth, my heart's really drawn one direction. We're going to leave those two out of Class 2 together. Congratulations to both of those young ladies.
So congratulations, and junior heifer calf champion in our Simmental show is going to go to entry number 3374. That is GCR GWM Something About Honey, exhibited by Grady McGrew. And reserve champion is 3496. That is WPCC Mirror M753, shown by Gavin Palmer. Results of Class 2559, first place went to 4267, shown by Walker Cobble.
In the Limousin ring, our champion senior heifer calf went to entry 2205 of Siddeley Portwood, TASF Lady Gaga, and our reserve was 2200 from Kendallin Portwood, TASF Licorice.
Single entry class and division here in our Limousin ring, and I think this female is really functional about her type and her kind. You know, she doesn't necessarily wow you, razzle dazzle you in one fashion or another, but I think that her angles are all very correct. Her body is very adequate, as well as her front end. I think if I wanted to tweak on this one a little bit, I think at times maybe her hind leg is just not quite as free and as free gliding as I'd like it to be. It's not restricted, and it's not bad by any stretch of the imagination. I just wish at times maybe it was a shot softer and a shot freer moving. But let's congratulate that young lady.
In our Limousin ring, results of Class 2264, our early summer yearling heifer class. First place in our champion intermediate heifer went to entry 3007 from Alyssa Slimmer, TASF Lebanon 1 L773L. Coming into the ring next is Class 2267, April junior yearling heifers, where we'll have 2 entries.
I think this is a very good pair of females here, and 2 heifers that there's some differences in them, and I like certain things about each one of them. But the heifer that's going to win this class, I'm just more comfortable with the way that one hooks up there from her hooks to her pins. I think she's squarer and truer and neater in the way that that's designed, and then that just enables her to, when we put them in motion, she just stays squarer there in her pin set, stays it more inside of herself when we ask the cattle to go. Really a long-bodied. I like where this one's at in terms of her condition and her freshness and her composition. Yeah, sure, she's not as neat and attractive as the heifer that's going to go second to her right there at the base of her neck, but that one's lean up top at the top side of her neck. That's shaped correctly. Her shoulders shaped right. Very nice heifer here to win this particular class. I think this pair is extremely close because on the standstill, I love this one and the way that all ties together on the top side of her neck. Extremely high tying, extremely attractive and neat there. She too's good in her shoulder. She's good in the slope to her shoulder and her knee. Big bodied, very robust there. Unfortunately, with her being a little pushy out here, it just accentuates the fact that she just rolls out of her hip ever so slightly and wants to throw them hind legs just outside of her skeleton when she goes to go in motion. But a very, very nice pair of heifers. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate those two young ladies.
Back over here in our Limousin ring, I think we have two that are very interesting about their type and their kind and their differences. I think the one I gravitate towards is a little larger outlined. Maybe I like her feet and legs. I think I would go ahead and can say that maybe she's got the advantage in terms of her hind leg structure in comparison to the one in second. That's certainly something that helped shoot her over the edge. I think she's excellent in her body shape. I love her muscling. Maybe that one's just not as extended or as long-fronted as that one behind her. Maybe that one just not quite as square from her hooks to her pins and needs to settle her tail head down in her. But I think there's a tremendous, when you just go back to the basic fundamentals in terms of starting with structure and then body, I think there's a lot of good in that one. I think the young lady in second, still a really nice female. I think that one maybe has a little advantage in terms of being a little longer fronted. And certainly has a shot more expression of muscling in the lower portions of her quarter and into her stifle. For me, maybe that one just got to stay a little more collected in her top line when she gets out on the go. She wants to kind of open up in her on top side of her shoulder. Needs to be a little fuller right there. I wish that one's hind leg maybe didn't cause her to get up underneath of herself once in a while and kind of duck her pin, so subtly. But still a really nice female, really a lot of quality in that one. Let's congratulate those two entries.
Just three of them here in this fall division, but three heifers that I all think have some quality. And the heifer that was a single entry came out here. I like this one in terms of her composition. I like her in terms of her youthfulness and her freshness. Very attractive heifer. She's good in terms of her body. She's got some real rib shape to her. When we get her back out here, I'd mentioned that it wasn't just in love with the shape to her hind leg, and I think on both sides of her skeleton she could use some tweaking there and just help her reach out and flex just with a little bit better, but a very attractive, very lean, very nice made heifer that comes out of that first class. That was a really tough pair of heifers here that came out of class 2, and I like just the added length in this female, and I like how square and true she is there from her hooks to her pins. A very attractive, very neat heifer that too I think is great in terms of her composition at this stage. The heifer that was second to her, very neat, very attractive, high tying, very attractive. Got on that one just a little bit for the way that she's built there in her hip and the way she handles her hind leg. But I still think that these two are the two highest quality in this division. We'll go ahead and keep them together to be champion in reserve.
In the Limousin ring, results of Class 2267, April Junior Yearling Heifers. First place went to entry 4920 from Triton Chrisman, SKSW, Miss Laney 2323. And second to entry 684 from Claire Kessler, TASF Looking Classy 778LET. Now in the ring we have two entries in our March Junior Yearling Heifer class.
Results of Class 2559, the late senior heifer calf class, November and age. First place went to 4267, exhibited by Walker Cobble, and Class 2560. First place went to entry number 1146, exhibited by Michaela Helmke, and second place to 1721, shown by Alexis Wright. Our champion senior heifer calf then was also entry 1146. That is Dairy Queen, exhibited by Michaela Helmke, and reserve champion was entry 1721. That's Weiss Miss Jasmine, exhibited by Alexis Wright. Now in the ring is Early Summer Yearlings.
Back here in our Limousin ring, I think things are getting really interesting. Again, only two head, but I think the quality is extremely, extremely high. For me, I gravitate to this one up top, the young man here. I think that one, just in terms of build, in terms of the way she stays collected when she gets out on the move, I think those things are really good. More in particular, in her top line, I just like how that stays so collected and uniform when she gets out. You know, maybe that one could be a shot longer fronted. She's got a little scotch and navel, but I think, you know, in terms of staying collected, in terms of being appropriate and proportional or muscling, I probably think she has a slight advantage there. If you want to tell me that this one is longer fronted and maybe carrying a little more substance of bone, I certainly wouldn't disagree with you there in terms of just having a class advantage. I think she's still really nice. I love her center body. She's probably a little fresher through her front 1/3 than even our class winner. But for me, the ultimate deciding factor lies, and she just really wants to get lackadaisical there in her spine, in her top line when she gets really parked. And I think she is carrying a little bit of chest out here and a little more moderate about her type and her kind, but still a really high quality type of female here within this class. Let's congratulate both of them.
Got three head out here, and this will be an automatic division. And like we've had a couple times today, just an absolute no-doubter, a pretty easy decision for the heifer that's going to win this class and then consequently win this division. This one's just striking. Yeah, I mean, you're going to talk about one that's fed very right in terms of her composition. That fits me very, very well. So attractive there about her head and her neck and her top line, and just the way that one comes out of her hip. She's great in terms of her underline, way everything transitions there, good in terms of her structure. Very good, very easy class winner and division winner for me. The red heifer is probably just more opened up and stouter everywhere. You certainly like that about her. However, we got to change that one on both ends of her skeleton and relax her back when we ask them to go. Tuck her up just there in her chest, but one that's certainly stout and certainly powerful. Young man's baldy heifer that's going to round out the class, she probably is a little bit more toned down in terms of where she's at from a muscle standpoint, probably a little more relaxed even with her structure. Unfortunately, you just need to have more of that one and just balance her up a shot. Good class of heifers. Congratulations to those young people.
back over here on our Limousin side, a single entry, but again, take nothing away from that. I think she's extremely high quality. I love that one through her front 1/3, especially within her given breed and the way she represents it. I think she's extremely long from the top of her shoulder into her poll. I love her length of spine, but more in particularly, I love her depth of side of body, her shape of body there in the lower third of her body. I absolutely love that about her. I think she's really proportional about her shape. She's square in her pin set. I think that one's really, really good when she gets out on the go. Just a lot of pieces that are really good and fit well together here within this one. Congratulations to that young man.
Some results in our Limousin show. Back in our March Junior Yearling Heifer class, first place went to entry 4371 of Zachary Buchanan with HB Whiskey 321L. And second place to entry 2721 Connor London with LJRJ Miss Livin' Reckless 3566. The results of our class 2270 early junior yearling heifers from January 2023. First place to entry 3003 Benson Matlock with TASF Lovely 726L. We are now in our champion junior heifer drive.
In our Simmental ring, results of class 2564 early summer yearling heifers and also our champion intermediate heifer will go to entry number 3005. That is Alyssa Slimmer with BCR Caliente. Second place in that class and also reserve intermediate will be entry number 1972 exhibited by Isabel Smithson. Third place in the class was 3402, shown by Trip Jordan. Now in the ring, we have April Junior Yearling Heifers.
Well, here we've gotten to another division drive in our Limousin show, and I think that again the quality is extremely high. I think the presentation has been absolutely second to none in this particular group of cattle. I think that again all of them out here are extremely high quality. For me, I think there's two particulars out here that are kind of in the hunt. That's going to be the class winner out of 2 and 3. Just to talk about them very briefly, I think. The one out of class 2 is certainly one that she's so bold in her cage. I like her muscle pattern a great deal. She's so practical in her feet and legs. You know, if we were to tweak on that one, I think I'd want to clean her up there at her navel just a little bit. I think I'd want to skinny her up in her throat in comparison to some of her peers out here and maybe even lengthen her out. But boy, just and that from her shoulders back, I think that one is really nice. I think the one out of class 3 again is one that's extremely nice as well. that one for me. She might not be quite as long as spined or as long as hipped as that one out of Class 2, but she's so good up through her front 1/3. She's really long and extended there. I think she's good in her feet and legs extremely well. I love that one center body, her dimension as you analyze her from behind. I think that's a really, really tough decision there. I'm going to put down the mic, take one more look, and then I'll select your grand reserve for this particular division. Let's go ahead and give them a hand.
I think we find a very nice pair of heifers here on the top side of this class, and the black heifer here that I'm going to lead off with, I like this one a good bit, and fits me very well from where she's at in terms of her composition and her freshness, and that is her biggest advantage inside this pair of cattle. I like where that one's at, just particularly, I mean, just gorgeous there in her chest floor, and then the way that opens up into her rib cage. Very good, very flat-shouldered, very attractive heifer. I like the lines, and I like the balance and the symmetry that this one has. She's good in terms of her structure. Yeah, she's not the heaviest in terms of her foot size, but I think that this one is awfully, awfully nice and very, very, very nice heifer. The red heifer, yeah, probably a little bit more heifer there. I will admit that. But unfortunately, she's just a little bit further along in terms of her condition. She's a little fuller down there in her chest, a little plainer on the top side of her neck, and even into her head. But boy, from there back, I mean, that one is very, very attractive and very neat. Balances up extremely good from her mid-rib back. You like that one's hip design. You like her hind leg. You love her just in her depth of body and the mass that she gives you. Very, very nice second place heifer there. The next red heifer, this red baldy here, you know, you just kind of get what you see here. I mean, I think you talk about one that's just very genuine in the way that she's made. Because she doesn't have a lot of hair, but this one has got some true dimension, and she's stout and she's wide. She's got skeletal width, and then she handles that skeleton. For one that's that powerful, she gets out and she goes really well. She's just not as neat and attractive as some of those heifers that go up ahead of her, but you love her body, you like her structure, and that's what's going to hold her in this third place over this black heifer, because on the standstill, I think that this one's really neat and attractive. I wish we could lengthen out her neck ever so slightly, and then I just wish we could change the way that she's constructed there in her shoulder and her knee, and then the way that she hits the ground there. I just wish there was more reach and more flex there, but a very highly presented, well-fed heifer there to go into that spot. Little leaner designed one here, and I think, in time, I think this heifer probably moves up a couple spots because she's better structured than the heifer that goes out in front of her. Unfortunately, she's just a little harsher in the way that she's made, comes at us in a few more pieces, but really a long-sided, good structured heifer. Very nice heifer there to go in that hole. Young lady that's going to round out the class, that one's just simply too round in her design when you study her out of her top line, and she too is just too harsh in her general makeup. But a good class, very nice top end on that particular class. If you would, congratulate those young people. Very good job.
Results of Class 2, 5, 6, 7 in our Simmental show. First place will go to entry number 1792, shown by Liam Bennon. Second place will go to entry number 3006, that is Alyssa Swimmer. Third place is 1507, shown by Avery Young. Fourth will be entry 5411, that's Aaron Parson. Fifth will be entry number 4617, Addie Ray Bozeman. Sixth is entry number 3628, shown by Haley Cobble. We are now ready for Class 2568. They are our March Junior yearlings.
Back here in our Limousin ring, I think that these are extremely high quality. I absolutely love this lineup. I think there's a tremendous amount of good found within these cattle. I think to talk through them real briefly, I think the young man's out of that calf division was perhaps one that you could make the argument out here is the highest quality. I think that one is so good fronted. She's good in her spine. I love her body for this age and condition. I love that one, the way she gets out and goes. Maybe not the best right in behind her shoulder quite yet, but again, that's something that comes with time and maturity. I think you could kind of say the same thing for this one. She's so good in her build. I think that one is out of out of Division II is so good in her quality and her type and her kind. I think her feet and legs are tremendous. I think her body is really good, and she's ultra good looking. For me, maybe that one, again, needs to be just a little better right in behind her shoulder, including up in her top line, but also down in her heart. If we could correct some of those things, and she's getting to the age where that should be getting corrected a little more. But I still think that one's build, design, and balance is really, really impressive. The young lady that comes out of Division III, I think, is one that's, again, really, really practical. I think that one was really nice, just up-headed, extended, maybe not the freakiest in any one area, but, one that bounced really well and was more than adequate throughout the entirety of her body. I thought that one out of Class 4, maybe she's got a touch of navel, and that's not quite pleasing to the eye, and maybe she's not just the longest fronted. But if you can get past all that, just in terms of sheer substance and mass, that one's extremely broody. She's extremely stout, and she still puts it all together quite nicely. I think she's extremely sound when she gets out. She's got some good maternal shape about her, and again, if we fall back to those fundamentals, I think she does a lot of things quite nicely. I thought the second out of that particular division was one that was really high quality as well. I love that one's shape to her underline, just in terms of her body. Maybe not quite as much to her in terms of pin width and just maternal shape in comparison to that one that wins, but I certainly love that one's build and makeup. That being said, I think it's a tremendous amount of young people out here in line and line up. Please help me congratulate them, give them a hand. I'll go out and take one more look, and we'll get you a grand in reserve.
Very nice pair over here once again in your Simmental show, and two heifers commend these exhibitors, and they've got them presented well, they're fed well, cattle that's got some body and some true dimension to them. So a nice pair of heifers. The heifer that I'm going to choose to start with that stands directly in front of me, just leaner and fresher and more ladylike in her appearance. I like the head shape on this female. I think she's very good designed to that shoulder and the way that all wedges in up top on the top side of her blade. Very attractive heifer. Very like her at the top side of her neck. Very well. Very nice class winner there. Young lady here who comes next commented that these heifers got some shape and they've got dimension and they've got true skeletal width. I wish that this one could just reach with a little bit more flexibility on both sides of her skeleton. Just pretty her up just a shot. But a very nice pair of heifers.
Results of Class 2568 March Junior Yearlings. First place went to entry number 2619, exhibited by Emily Kramer. Second place, 3305, shown by Annabelle Rapp. We are now ready for Class 2569. Those are your February yearlings.
In our Limousin ring, congratulations to our grand champion heifer to entry 4371 of Zachary Buchanan, HB Whiskey 321L, and our reserve grand champion to Benson Matlock, enter number 3003, TASS Lovely 726L. We do not have any entries in our bred and owned division, so we will roll right into our Red Angus show.
Once again, just a very good class, and got some cattle out here that I like pretty well. And of the top pair of just bigger bodied, better structured ones, the one that I choose to win with just as a shot leaner. She's a lot more attractive in the way that she's designed. Makes it pretty logical to go ahead and start with this one in this class. I love the top line in this heifer and the way everything hooks up there behind her shoulder and got some length of hip and some squareness there. Very attractive in her hind leg. Very, very nice heifer there, fed and managed very, very well. Young man that's going to come next, I think, you know, if you lean this one up just a shot and, you know, maybe she's got a shot more hair like that class winner, I think she can make this pair really interesting, because when you study this one for the basics, I think she's really good. She's probably a shot bigger boned and bigger footed than the class winner. She too is very attractive in the way, the shape and the way that she handles that hind leg. She's good and just in her overall build. Unfortunately, she's just probably a little bit past prime, and she's just getting a little bit over conditioned and a little rougher in the way that she comes at us. But a very, very nice heifer, very good in terms of her body, very good in terms of her structure. Young lady that's going to come next with the Baldy heifer, I like where that one's at compositionally. She's lean, she's attractive, very pretty about her head and her neck and that ear set. Unfortunately, she's just a little too harsh in the way that she's made. She's a little more streamlined in the underside of that belly, and then just wants to be a little bit stilty and upright off of both ends of her skeleton. Stout, wide-bodied, wide, powerful, big skeleton one here that comes in next, and you like that about her. For her show ring, that one's just a little too plain and a little too round. Good class of Simmentals once again.
We're going to dive right into our Red Angus show over here on this side, and I just a really unique pair up here up top, and it kind of depends on where you want to be. For me, you know, at this stage, I'm okay with them being a shot skinny and maybe just not the most opened up and overwhelming with substance. I just like builds and types at this stage in the game, and then we'll continue to age and mature and lay more on. I think I lean off with the young ladies up here at the top of the class, just as that one's a little more long and extended up there, front 1/3. She's more she's trimmer. I think she's a little sleeker there, even about her chest, but yet as skinny as she is, she's got a ton of capacity there in her center third of her body. I like her levelness of hip, her softness of structure. I think there's only good days ahead for that one. That's not to take anything away from the young man's here in second, the slicker haired red. I think that particular one is really, really nice. She's up-headed, she's extended. I love her ear set and just how smooth she is into her poll and the top side of her skull. I think all those things are extremely good. She's so deep-sided and uniform there at the lower third of her body. I think she's really bold and opened up there at her cage as well. That one for me just maybe doesn't want to read quite as futuristic. She wants to come apart there in her spine and right behind her shoulder. She wants to get a little restricted off her hind leg at times, but she's also fighting some first time to town jitters. Still a really nice type of female. Young ladies next, you can make the argument that in terms of just being square and adequate and muscling, she has the class advantage. When you step right in behind that one's as square and as wide up high as she is down low in the lower portions of her quarter and stifle. I think that's really, really good in that particular female. For me, she's just a little frailer, lacking some overall substance in terms of the center portion of her body. I think I just need to give her some more there, lengthen her out in her neck to move her on up any higher, but still the right build, the right cut, the right kind for that young lady. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Just two of them over here again on your purebred Simmental show, and the heifer that I'm going to lead with, just more real and more genuine and more robust in the way that one's constructed in her rib cage. I like that one very well in that aspect. Sure, she's not blessed with the extra hair coat or presentation, and maybe just starting to push a little bit of chest and condition, but fundamentally, that's the best one in this class in terms of structure and range of motion and practicality and doability. Very nice class winner for that young lady. Heifer that's going to go second, young man's done a nice job. He's got a nice hair coat on this one. She's presented well. Unfortunately, that one just gets a little bit too streamlined in the way that she's constructed there in her rib cage, a little flatter in that regard. And I wish we could just change her on both sides of her skeleton and free her up just a bit. But he's done a nice job with that heifer, if you would. Congratulate those two young people.
single entry here in our Red Angus division. I think that one's still got a lot of good parts and pieces about her. You know, that one's so bold in her cage. She's excellent in her depth of body. I love how uniform she is in her underline. She is punchy muscled, but a good kind. She's really flat and maternal in her muscle, but she's got a lot of it. If I were to tweak on that one, I want to change right in behind the shoulder. I think I want to tweak on that one and just the length of her muzzle and how prominent it is at the top side. Maybe just tweak on that one's head a little bit, but I still think there's a really, really good show heifer in that one. Let's congratulate that young lady.
Results in our Red Angus ring. Class 2404 Junior Heifer Calves, March. First place went to entry 2492 from Alexis Wright. Lay on Eternal Poise, age 003. Second to Bryce Sepp, entry 5465, CAF Larcaba Princess. And third to Lexi Zepp, entry 5469, CAS Red Box Block Canna 702. Results of our February Junior Heifer Calf class. First place went to entry 2505 from Emma Woodard, Leon Angels, London 718E. Now in the class, we have 4 entries in our January Junior Heifer Calf class.
Once again, find a very, very good division of purebred Simmentals that come out here, and 4 class winners that I think all have some quality pieces, and you know, some of them put it together in a little more of a neater, attractive package, and some of them do it as a little bit stouter, but all 4 of them I think are good in terms of their structure. I think they're good in terms of their body and their density and their female characteristics in terms of rib shape. I think that they're very nice. The heifer that wins that first class, we talked about just how I like that one from a composition standpoint. I like how fresh she is. I like how that one's put together and just ties a lot of very, very nice things together. I think she's very good in terms of her structure. I think she's angular about her shoulder and the way that she ties high on the top side of her skeleton. I love the hip design in that one, and just she's got some squareness and some trueness and some real female characteristic. I think that one's just a very, very nice female to come out of that first class. The heifer that comes out of class 2, like that one, you know, I guess honestly, most of these heifers out here are fed very well, and I think that they're very good in terms of their composition and their freshness. And this heifer that comes out of Class 2 is very attractive and very neat in the way that she's made up front. I like that one a good bit. She's probably not as bold and opened up in her rib cage as the two heifers that stand on either side of her, but I also don't think that she's quite as far along as those other two, and you know, doesn't have the extra hair coat, but one that I think is very attractive, very well made, very good up on the front side of her skeleton and how that all bends and connects and hooks up. A heifer that I like pretty well. The heifer that comes out of Class 3 there, probably as bold and deep in her rib cage as anything in this particular lineup outside of maybe the heifer that stands directly behind her. One that's very smooth in the way that everything transitions and flows. Very nice heifer, very good in her structure, very competitive in this particular lineup. The heifer that comes out of Class 4, I like that one just for just how genuine and honest she is. That one's just big ribbed. She's got big feet, big legs. She's good in terms of her structure. You can see in comparison to, you know, the other three heifers out here, she's probably not as neat and attractive and probably not as, you know, just as fresh in her overall condition. But I think fundamentally, like we talked in class, that heifer is very, very good. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate these young people. Really, really good lineup here in this division.
Back over here on our Red Angus side, I think that this class is really, really nice from top to bottom. For me, I tend to land on the young man's female up here at the top. I think that one I just trust a little more. She's a little more toned down in some of her features and characteristics than the heifer right behind her. Just gives me a more trustworthy feel about her skeleton, about her body, that one's going to just continue to get better and do the right things every day. I still think she's plenty high tie-in. She's excellent through the front 1/3. I love her center body and her rib and the shape of her body there at the lower third of it. I think she's opened up enough, just kind of blends and fits together quite nicely. If you like a little more exotic pieces, you might kind of gravitate more to that female in second. I think, you know, she's maybe just a little more exotic up front and tighter throated and skinnier necked. I think maybe she's a little bolder there in her cage, but you know, she's maybe a little off right behind her shoulder and her heart. I think she maybe isn't quite carrying quite as much muscling as that heifer in that wins the class, maybe in a little different package, but still a really nice type of female. I think the heifer in third is one that I still like. She's practical about her type and kind. Yeah, she's carrying some chest and some throat. But she's still, you know, in terms of just functionality, in terms of cattle that are useful, I think she does those things quite well. You know, maybe a little prominent in her tail head. We need to clean her up in her underline, but again, hits the basic fundamentals really, really well. Young lady that's going to round out the bottom of our class, that heifer's giving her everything she wants and a little more, but she's doing a great job getting that one stuck and exhibited. I think for me, that one, we need to free her up in the action of her hip and the way she translates that motion down to her hind leg. I think all that's restricted. We got to give her a shot of body, but I still think that one's plenty made right, you know, from the front 2/3 of her body. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Results of our January Junior Heifer Calf class in the Red Angus ring. First place to entry 4122 from Bryce Zepp, CAF Concord Princess 695. Second to Lexi Zepp, entry 4089, Country Acres Kaima Lady 697. Third to Madeline Montrose with MBC Dior 406. And fourth to Emma Montrose with MBC Nikki 417. We will now be on our division for junior heifer calves.
We're now ready for selection of the grand champion female in our junior Simmental show for 2024 Kyle. In the ring at this time, we should have our junior heifer calf champion, entry number 3374. Our senior heifer calf is going to be entry number 1146. Our intermediate heifer will be entry number 3005. And our junior heifer will be entry number 1792. Standing as reserves, we should have 3496, 1721, 1972, and 2951.
Well, we're getting closer all the time to wrapping up over on this side, but hey, we're not done yet. I think we've got a really, really impressive lineup of reds out here in front of us. Given this particular division, I think a lot of these fit together quite nicely. There is a little more variances and maybe different types and kinds out here, and maybe what suits your preference and certainly what you like the best. To talk through them really briefly, I think the young ladies up top is one that's chock full of some wild pieces. I think that one's really exotic up front. She's got good body. Maybe that's one that's not as good in her heart and her forerib yet. Maybe one that wants to come apart in her top line just a little bit. But I think as she continues to age and mature, that one's only going to get better and better. She is ultra skinny yet. I think the female out of the second class here is one that's, again, got a lot of good parts and pieces about her. Maybe I'd like to assemble her a little differently in her top line. Like to make her a little fuller there at her heart, but I think that one in terms of being long-fronted, and good-bodied, good-ribbed, good muscled, I like a lot of those things about her. I like to tweak on her skull a little bit, as we talked about earlier, just a little longer muzzled for me. The young man that's out here in Class 3, I think that one was a really high-quality one that's just toned down. You know, she doesn't blow you away with any big pieces or exotics. I think that particular one is just really safe. Like, I trust that one to continue to get better every day, to do the things a cow should. Maybe tone down and maybe doesn't possess some of those big league pieces that some of the other ones have, but just a really practical, really useful type of cattle. That being said, I'm going to go out and take one more look. We'll get you your grand reserve in this division, and we'll keep on rolling in the Red Angus show. Please congratulate these exhibitors.
Well, I think just an outstanding lineup of purebred Simmental females that these young people have brought to us today. And I think all of these cattle that stand out here, the kids should be extremely proud of them, and the breeders and the guys that sold these cattle and got them put together, or, the families that are behind them should be very proud, because this is a very good lineup of Simmentals, and I'm very impressed with them. And to be honest, for me, always to find the semis that I absolutely love can be a challenge. But I think that the four class winners, or the four division winners, that come out here represent what I like and what I'm trying to build very well. I think they're good structured. I think they're cattle that have some dimension, and they're three-dimensional, yet they're still attractive, and they look like females, and are very good in terms of their ladylike character. So I commend these young people on just a very, very nice lineup of Simmental females. It's been a lot of fun here today because, the cattle, and the three breeds that I've evaluated have been good, and they've been deep, and then we get each one of these respected lineups out here, and I think there's some challenge and some sorts. So that makes it a lot of fun to be able to come out here and evaluate livestock and work with your young kids. I don't know, how much more we're going to talk today. I think we're very close, so I'll just go ahead and do it now. Thank everybody for having me come out here and evaluating at the Keystone. It's one of my favorite shows to come to as a judge. I've been fortunate to come out here a couple different, maybe 3 times now. It's a very good event. It's the cattle are always good, and the hospitality is great here too. And then always quickly, I've had a very busy fall, and I've been very fortunate and blessed to have some opportunities to get out and evaluate several different shows late this summer and this fall. And my wife has to stay home and hold everything together. If you know me or if you see anything on social media or whatever, we have 3 young boys that and they said in my bio, they're 7, 5, and 3. And as you can imagine, it is an absolute handful to manage those 3 on a daily basis. And she's held the fort down all fall, and because when I am home, we're busy too, and she's busy as well. But so thank you to her and her family for kind of keeping everything rolling there at home and all that. So guys, if you would, you've been great all day. You've been a very good crowd. If you would, put your hands together and congratulate these Simmental exhibitors. I'll show you the 2 that I like.
And we're going to ask you to extend your gratitude to Mr. Garrett Lampy for all of his work here today as well.
We'll go ahead and keep rolling over here on the Red Angus side. Single entry, I think one that's plenty nice. She's plenty growthy, extended. I like how lengthy she is in her spine. I like her up front, or the way she's assembled throughout the, just her general composition, I guess. If I were to tweak on that one, I want to change the shape of her lower body just a little bit. I want to free her up out of her hip and the action to her hind leg. I think I'd tweak on those few things, but still one that's plenty stout in terms of being muscular in a feminine way, having some body, having some shape, and having some look. Congratulations to that young lady.
In our Simmental Junior Show, congratulations, and Grand Champion will go to entry number 1792. That is WSCCO Boots, an April 12th female sired by Black Satin and exhibited by Lim-Flex. And reserve is entry number 1146, exhibited by Michaela Helmke. Congratulations.
In our Red Angus ring, results of class 2420, our early junior yearling heifers from January. First place to entry 3573, Lydia Kilniski with POPF Princess. She was also our champion junior heifer. We will now be on our champion Red Angus female drive.
Well, we're getting awful close to winding down for the day over here on the Red Angus side, and I'm certainly glad Mr. Lampy went first because he's much more seasoned than I am, and I certainly respect what he does a lot. And one of the questions I asked him myself is, like, when do we shut this thing down? Is it later on during the grand drive, or I think now seems as appropriate as time as any. I've had a tremendous amount of fun. I've been in this building several times. I've been to this event a few times, but never on this side of it, and I absolutely I was over the moon when I got asked. So I certainly can't thank the Keystone Junior Committee enough for recommending me and extending the invitation and asking me to come. Just like Mr. Lampy, my father's at home right now keeping, like I said, we run about 100 commercial cows, holding down the fort there. I am about sold out on show steers this year, so luckily that load has certainly been lightened. That being said, in my bio it talked about, I certainly enjoy time in church, and I really do. And I ran across something this week. My message has been pretty much the same, no matter where I've went and what I've done in terms of just evaluating and judging. And that's, working with young people. The only message I can give to you is to get better, not bitter. Anyways, I saw something earlier this week, and it was talked about the message of 41 in the Bible, that the Israelites wandered lost in the wilderness for 40 years, and on the 41st year they were delivered into the promised land. And that, when with Noah and the ark, it rained for 40 days, and on the 41st day that the rain let up. And so I just wanted to, and there were so many instances of that in the Bible, and I just wanted that each and every one of you, your young people, whether you're standing out here, whether you're back in the stalls or standing ringside, that no matter what you're doing, if you just keep working, 41's a-coming. That whatever that is for you, whatever that breakthrough is, whether that's to win your class at the Keystone, whether that's to win the county fair, I would just certainly encourage you to keep pushing, keep driving, ask for help, because day 41, or your 41's a-coming, no matter what that might be to you. That being said, we have a really nice lineup of Red Angus here, low in numbers, high in quality. I think as you get back and forth, you can start to analyze those two. Start to analyze the two class winners as well as that second out of the first class. There's a ton of good in those. Again, thank you so much, Keystone, for having me. Looking really forward to the Supreme Drive here after a bit. That being said, I think it would be a travesty to not leave those two little ones together. They'll be your grand in reserve. Congratulations to those young people.
Congratulations to our champion Red Angus female from Emma Woodard with Leon Angels London 718E, and our reserve champion to entry 4122 of Bryce Sepp with CAF Concord Princess 695. We will now have our bred and owned show.
Well, I just wanted to hop back on the mic real quick, just to give my compliments to the bred and owned exhibitors here in the Simmental division. Without a doubt, the deepest and best set of bred and owns that we've evaluated so far today. There's a few heifers out here that were certainly in contention in the own show and placed well out there. So my compliments to these bred and owned exhibitors, if you would. Congratulate them on a very nice bred and owned lineup.
Last but not least, we have the bred and owned over here on the Red Angus side, and I think these two are really high quality. Again, I cannot commend you enough for having these in the bred and owned division. I think that program is extremely good and something that shouldn't be taken lightly. That being said, you get these two out here and I analyze them. I think the young man's is a little softer in terms of her body, in terms of her top line and there in her spine. I just trust that one a little more. Young man's going to be grand, young lady be reserved. Congratulations to both of them.
In our Red Angus bred and owned class, our champion bred and owned went to entry 4122 of Bryce Sepp, CAF Concord Princess 695, and reserve also to Bryce Sepp with entry 455465, CAF Larcaba Princess. And that wraps up our Red Angus show. As soon as we get the dividers out of the ring, everybody with their vests on will be ready to start Supreme.